See if anyone joins this. Want to watch Bitcoin go to an all-time high tonight? All right, I see some people coming in. I'm just going to share this on Twitter. All Instagram people. Hey guys, just for fun, go to my YouTube and we can have a Bitcoin all-time high watch party. All right. So this is totally outside my expertise. This is my day off. I've done a lot of socializing. I'm an introvert. I just want some time to decompress right now. But it just so happens that violating the principle of staying in my lane as much as is possible, since I don't believe in that principle at all, and I think I'll talk about that in a minute, but this is not financial advice. This is fun, but I call an all-time high in Bitcoin imminent. So let's look at the charts, and this is totally outside my expertise, but everything, well, I'll just show you what I look at, and then I'll give credit where credit is due. So this is trading view, and we're looking at the Tone Vase MRI indicator. MRI stands for Momentum Reversal Indicator. And if you buy the MRI, and I bought the MRI indicator, and I bought it like a year ago. It's more expensive now than it was when I bought it, but at some point it's going to go to a subscription price. And so if it's not subscription now, and you can still buy it for one price, then well, you shouldn't buy it unless you have a significant amount of investment income, where I think it's $1,000 now. I paid considerably less for it, but if that's a a minor expense relative to what you would keep for your investment income, and you have an interest in trading stuff, I think it's worth it. But if it's your last $1,000, it would be the dumbest thing. It wouldn't be the dumbest thing to spend money on, but it wouldn't be a good idea. Anyway, I don't really. So I do a little bit of trading with stuff that's not Bitcoin, and I used to trade a small percentage of my Bitcoin, but I found that it's not worth the anxiety of trying to time the market. But I've watched the Bitcoin price so much that I think I've learned a few things about its behavior. And of course, I would never trust my own opinion over and above other people that know much more about the Bitcoin price than I do. So actually, I pop into Tone Vase channel fairly regularly, at least to get a sense of where he thinks it's going. Benjamin Cowan is another person that I pay attention to. And then I subscribe to Willy Woo's newsletter, which his Substack, which gives on-chain analysis, which is basically like, it's sort of like fundamental instead of technical analysis for stocks. Fundamental analysis in a stock would more be like, what do you think about the ability of the company to succeed and be productive, versus if you look at a chart, where do you think the price is going, would be technical. And it's not exactly the same thing, but on-chain analysis is sort of like if you look at what the whales are doing, the people who own, thousands of Bitcoin, versus the dolphins versus the shrimps, or the long-term holders versus the short-term holders, where do you think the market structure is underneath what the short-term speculators are doing? And so anyway, I kind of pay attention to all those things, but I'm mostly just interested in when is the bull cycle going to end? Because when it does, I'm going to take a chunk of my Bitcoin, convert to cash, and invest in my business. And so what I'll probably do is, at that point, I'll probably use it to fund the creation of an app that will be a nutritional tracking app designed the way that I want it to be designed, fixing the flaws and the ones that I see in others that are very aligned with my book. And so I think I'll finish the book before the Bitcoin bull cycle ends. But if that weren't true, and if Bitcoin like hit 250K in December and topped out, I don't think that's going to happen. But if it did, it's possible that I would just find a kick-ass programmer to work with and dump all that money into just getting the app going as soon as possible. So anyway, this is the monthly chart, and the monthly chart is just easy to look at because, it's easy to see where the all-time high is, right? Because the all-time high was a few months ago, and it was this right here is the all-time high. So we're not very far away from it. Being that close is not why I think we're going to hit it tonight, because as you can see, we've been a little bit higher than this. And in fact, if you change it to the daily chart, we were higher than we are now 1, 2, 3 days ago. And I was not calling an all-time high then. So there's more to it than just that we're close. And then on news, the Bitcoin ETF is, hasn't been approved, may never be approved, but may come out as early as tomorrow, but may come out later, but may actually start trading later in the week. And so the ETF is going to allow everyone and their mother to get into Bitcoin in a way that was very difficult and will now be as easy as is conceivable. One thing I have no idea of is in my retirement account, where it's all in CBDC, which is an indirect way of getting Bitcoin, the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, almost the entirety of my retirement account, which was from Brooklyn. Actually, when I was at Brooklyn College, something is a scam when public employees are exempt from it. And so, Social Security is a scam because public employees, well, it depends on the state, but large number of public employees are exempt from Social Security. Therefore, it is a scam, because if it was good for you, why would Congress exempt themselves? All right. It's a scam. Okay. So when I was at University of Illinois and I was doing my postdoc, I was actually funded by my postdoc grant was funded by the Weston A. Price Foundation. I was basically doing whatever I wanted. Like, sort of, people helped me, but no one had say over what I was doing except myself. So I was basically just given this pile of money to do research with. But because the money went into University of Illinois, which is a public university, and then came back to me, I was exempt from Social Security and put all my money into self-managed retirement account. And I emptied it out to help me move to New York. And then in Brooklyn College, I was working for CUNY, and because that was a city-run public university, I was exempt from Social Security. And so all of the money that would have gone to Social Security went into a private self-managed retirement account. And after I left Brooklyn College, I uh, last 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 year I converted it into a brokerage account and turned it almost all into GPTC, which is so basically my everything that would have gone to Social Security if I was not exempt from that scam is in Bitcoin. Anyway, so um, I wanna listen to people who know a lot more than I do. Like I know Tone has his retirement account all in Bitcoin, and so I'm quite curious what he thinks about whether he should take it out and put it into the ETF because the GPTC has a premium associated with it where it might cost more or the premium could be negative. I forget where it is now. It was negative earlier. It might have zeroed out. Um, but I would think it would go negative once the ETF is around because I think people will move out of it and go to the ETF. But um, so I'm curious about that. But anyway, um, so you should really pay attention to Tone's material. So his website is tonevays.com, tonevays.com, and he's got a YouTube channel where he talks about this all the time. But I this is his indicator, and I learned a lot of what I know about it from him. And if I say anything wrong, I defer to Tone. So I'm gonna explain how I use it. But don't take my word for it. It's his indicator. Um, and this is a close cousin to the Tom DeMark sequential. And Tom DeMark sequential is much more famous. So a lot of probably most Wall Street people know the TD sequential indicator. But Tone, I think Tone goes over the history of it in the beginning of the 6-hour video that comes free with the indicator. Um, it's Tone knew a guy who I'm going to botch the history up. So the TD indicator was taken from someone who came before Tom DeMark. And Tone knew one of the guys who was sort of descended from that person. And Tone made this, which is most of the time it's probably going to be saying the same thing as the TD sequential indicator, but there's differences in the mathematics and there's differences in some of the additions that he made to it and stuff like that. So anyway, this is the monthly chart, and these are candles, and a candle could be set on any time frame because it's a monthly chart. Each candle says green thing, this red thing, this green thing, this green thing represents the time period that you're looking at. And it's called a candle because this is like a candle body or like a candlestick, and then there's a wick. There's a wick on the bottom and a wick on the top. I guess it's true of some candles, but anyway, the body of it represents the open and close. And if the month opened, so this month hasn't closed yet, but this month was September, and it's red because it closed lower than the open. So it's Christmas colors, but the red is bad and green is good if you want the price to go up. And so on a red candle, the top of the body is where it opens, so the first of the month. And Bitcoin never closes, but there's arbitrary cutoff points. So 8 p.m. Eastern time and 7 p.m. Eastern time before the daylight savings change is the close of the day, even though it trades 24/7. So these are totally arbitrary cutoff times, but for analytical purposes, they mean something. So in a red candle, it opened here in the first of the month, and in the last day of the month, it closed here. But in the middle of the month, it went as high as the top of the wick, and it went as low as the bottom of the wick. And so you might say that we are currently higher. We have already broken the all-time monthly closing high because the highest close of a month was right here. But we haven't broken the all-time swing high, which would be the highest point in the highest wick, which is right here. And so we're not very far away from that. Generally, when people talk about hitting an all-time high or crossing an all-time high. They're talking about the all-time swing high, unless they say otherwise. And so that's what we're waiting for there. Now, all these lines mean nothing to me anymore. These lines were, well, let me put that back. So during the crash from here, I had drawn these lines based on averages, and the average moved, so I kept updating them. But I was calling this on Twitter, where I would post a lot. I was calling this the grand battle zone for the bull market, and this was based on me just taking analysis from Tone and Benjamin Cowan, who's into the cryptoverse on Twitter, and drawing some lines in the sand of, well, basically down here was the worry zone. This is like panic. We might be actually crashing big time. And then here was recapturing the bull market. And so you can basically see we dipped to the worry zone, spent hung out for a month or two, and then spent 3 months, 3.5 months traversing the grand battle zone to reclaim the bull market. Now the bull market's back. I know some people trade with like Fibonacci sequences that I don't even have on here, and I don't know what those are saying now, but someone on Twitter was saying like, well, we're not out of the water till we hit whatever, but I'm not a trader, and I'm just showing you the limited scope of the stuff that I look at. So don't take my advice for anything here. And this is fun. It's my day off. That's why we're doing this. And I'm going to look at the live chat, guys. I just want to explain a couple things. So, so these numbers are basically, the math is a little more complicated than this, but the gist of the math is that when the candle is, in the monthly chart, each candle represents a month, and the daily chart, each candle is a day, but this can go on any time frame. So the 1 minute time frame, daily time frame, whatever. When one candle or one time period is trading higher than 4 candles before it, it's advancing in the sequence. So the green one goes to the green 2. And generally, if the green numbers mean you're in an uptrend, and you can customize when this green star comes up or whether it comes up at all. But generally, the green star comes up when you've established a green 1, and then the next candle has been confirmed to be trading above it, either above the beginning of the trend or above the highest point during the 1, or you can set it in different ways. This candle is clearly above all of them. And so we had in here, and then we have a green 2 that's now trading higher, and so it gets the green star, which means the monthly chart is freshly bullish. And we can go on down to lower time frames. So the weekly chart has some resistance here, but this resistance line is the all-time high. So the only resistance in the path of Bitcoin, according to the MRI indicator, as I understand it, as a non-expert hobbyist here, is this weekly resistance line, which is the all-time high. So that's not in the way of the all-time high. And the weekly chart, as we just saw, is freshly bullish. The daily chart has been bullish for a while, and the daily chart is about to hit a 9. And generally, so MRI is called momentum reversal indicator because it indicates that when you hit a 9, you may reverse the trend. Although if every trend around the daily chart is in an uptrend, you assume that when the daily chart hits a 9, it's going to have a 1 to 4 day correction. If it was a monthly 9, it would be a 1 to 4 month correction. But if it's a daily 9, it's a 1 to 4 day correction. And often these corrections are just like a consolidation where they pause. Sometimes it's a dip down to a moving average, and then it bounces up. And in my experience, when Bitcoin is not in a fervor, sometimes instead of a 1 to 4 candle correction, you have some like endless series of consolidations where the price just doesn't go anywhere and then drifts into a moving average, and then it goes up, which is what happened to the 4-hour chart, which I correctly called yesterday, which is making me irrationally confident in my ability to call an all-time high tonight. But it is what it is, and this is fun. And so this yellow arrow is a warning arrow that's telling you you're on an 8 tomorrow, you're going to be on a 9, and sometimes the reversal comes early. So the daily chart looks like it's nearing exhaustion, and you can see what happened here, where the 9 was hit, and then there was a green 1, and you didn't get your correction right away, but in the day after that, you had this dip that reset the count, um, and then you consolidated for 4 more days before you actually turned bullish. And I think Tone would say, and I might be wrong, but I think Tone would say that the fact that we became clearly bullish so late in this daily uptrend means that we're less likely to have a big crash here than we would be if we were just like shooting straight up through the whole trend. Um, but it is an uptrend. Sometimes you can just sort of drift like a tiny bit higher, a tiny bit higher, and a tiny bit higher, in which case you would be least likely to expect a big drop. But the fact that the weekly and monthly are freshly bullish means that the daily chart is likely to just get pulled up regardless of any pressure to reverse. Now, the 4-hour chart hit its 9 on, when was this? I usually look at this on my phone. So, it's okay. The date's down at the bottom, October 16th. Um, and then, instead of a 1 to 4 candle correction and then up, it basically like drifted slightly downwards and sideways into the 20 period moving average, which 20 times 4 is 80. So the 80-hour moving average. And I called this on Twitter a day or two ago. I said, I'm just guessing, but I think that this is gently going to collide into this light blue line, and then it's going to take off and hit the all-time high. And so it gently collided into this light blue line exactly as I said it would. What I didn't say was that it was going to try to violently tank below it, bounce right back up. But that's what it did. So it gently collided, then it tried to crash through the line. By the close of that 4-hour period, it was way above the line, and then it turned freshly bullish. And so the 4-hour chart, so the two major charts around the 1-day chart, which is nearing exhaustion, by this indicator, we got the month freshly bullish, as fresh as it can be. We got the week freshly bullish, and we got the 4-hour freshly bullish. So the way that I read this, I think those surrounding time frames are going to pull up the daily chart tomorrow night after 8 p.m. when it hits its 9. So I don't usually look at 2 and 3-hour charts. I usually look at like 1 and 4-hour, but nevertheless, the 3-hour chart is freshly bullish. The 2-hour chart is freshly bullish. The 1-hour chart, just so when you complete a down sequence and hit a 9, as happened over here at the hourly chart, the beginning of that down sequence becomes a resistance line according to this indicator. The 1-hour resistance line was the last resistance in the way of the all-time high, and we just crossed it last hour. And right after the 1-hour chart turned freshly bullish 2 hours ago, last hour we crossed through and closed that resistance line, and that was what made me say. That's what made me finally just say I call an all-time high tonight, because all the time frames are freshly bullish, and the last resistance line on this indicator has been crossed. The 45-minute chart shortly before the hour crossed its resistance, the 45-minute chart just blew right through its resistance line. It approached it as it turned freshly bullish. It took the next 45-minute period to fight over it, and then it broke through. And you can see it's declining now, but unless it sort of crashes through everything, it's probably, I think it's going to just test and see whether these breaks of resistance are solid. Okay, so the 30-minute chart is on a warning candle, and you could say that the 30-minute chart is starting to exhaust itself, and maybe that pulls down some of the other time frames if a lot of speculators are trading the 30-minute chart right now. Um, but the and then the 15-minute chart is hitting its second nine in a row, and so the count never reset. That's why says a 1 over this red arrow. There's a 2 over this red arrow. So the 15-minute chart has a lot of pressure to reverse right now because it's doubled up that pressure by ignoring the signal the first time around. The 5-minute chart hit a 9 right here. It reset the count. Now it's just hanging out. Um, the 3-minute chart hit its 9 back here, and now it's just sort of consolidating the whole time. I'm such a bad trader that I don't even know how to get the 10-minute chart on my trading view. I didn't put in the time. The 1-minute chart hit its 9, and now it's, in a short-term pullback. So basically under 30 minutes is looking like we might have another hour and a half of um, pause before we really take off. But 45 minutes and above is quite bullish, and everything higher than um let's see, where are we really fresh? So everything 2 hour and above is as freshly bullish as it can be. So 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month is all freshly bullish. And so I feel like this watch party, if we do watch it till we hit an all-time high, might take a couple hours, but whatever. Maybe we'll sit around and watch it. Maybe we won't. Um, all right. So that's what I think. And so I'm going to go look at questions now. But the gist of this is not only are we close to the all-time high, and not only is the news around the ETF bullish, and not only does um, Willie's newsletter looks bullish to me, although he does think that if we go into the mid 60s, we might pull back and shake out some of the speculators. But he seems overall very bullish now. And the fact that everything 2 hours and above is very freshly bullish, that the 1 hour and 45-minute and 15-minute all crashed through critical resistance and busted their way through, that it just looks to me like we're going to hang out for possibly an hour and a half and regroup the real short-term charts. And then as the 1 minute, and I've not to trade them, but just to watch them as a hobby. I've paid a lot of attention to these short-term charts, and a lot of times what it looks like they do is, if they exhausted their trends, they just have to all the short-term charts have to then exhaust. So if things are really bullish and like the 15-minute chart is exhausted, then all the short-term charts around it will play out their exhaustion and reset. And then when they're all reset, then it's like the 1 minute takes off, and then the 3-minute takes off, and then the 5-minute takes off, and then they just keep going. So I'm gonna guess that's what happened. That's what's gonna happen, but it's just my well, I mean, it's serious because I I pulled the Michael Saylor, and anything that I need for expenditures 6 months out, he does a year out in his company. But I just basically hold it as Bitcoin. And so, since Bitcoin is decentralized money, and I also felt like doing this because I put out that video on the central bank digital currencies. So while we're here, I guess we could talk about strategies around centralization and decentralization of money and information, because I'm very, very interested in how to become censorship resilient on social media. And so I'm very interested in, one thing that I've been doing is I've been I kind of outsourced to Edward Snowden my privacy research, and so I've been just kind of mining his Twitter feed for comments about what he trusts for privacy and decentralization. So, for example, he's a big proponent of Signal app for private communications. He said he doesn't consider email safe. He said email is just a generally unsafe protocol. Of course, Snowden is like wanted by the U.S. government, and so his privacy concerns are a little stricter. But it's good to know what the model of, what the gold standard is for someone in tech who can beat the NSA and then successfully run from them. So it seems like he would be the one to have the gold standard opinions on the appropriate privacy protections. So I downloaded the Tor browser today and found that it's very slow. And apparently that's a broad concern. And so I think I'm not switching to the Tor browser anytime soon, because it's so I need efficiency, you know. So Signal apps on my radar. Very interested in the idea of. So I think one of the things for decentralizing information is we have to get around central servers. So, for example, and I say this as someone who never voted for Trump and who uh, thinks that conversation generally is degenerating if Trump gets brought up. But I just say this because it relates to the Capitol riot. But so Parler was, and Glenn Greenwald, who is a leftist, um, who would be considered far right by. So I don't know. I might as well just say this outright. So I think the average far right person that is mentioned by the mainstream media is a centrist Democrat who disagreed with some narrative that CNN, New York Times, and the CIA all agree on. And Glenn Greenwald's not a conservative. He's definitely a liberal. But anyway, he's just a liberal who's critical of the security state. Hence his arrangement with Snowden when NSA stuff came out. But anyway, so oh yeah, so he's pointed out that at the time that Parler was taken down, it was clear, the evidence was clear that YouTube and other mainstream social media apps were where the vast majority of the planning of the Capitol riot was done. But the lie that it was mostly Parler, mostly planned on Parler. Some of it was planned on Parler, but most of it wasn't. And that was falsely used to basically bully the tech companies into deplatforming Parler. And one of the critical things was that because they relied on AWS central servers, Amazon could just get rid of them. And so I'm very interested in, I believe very firmly the future of free speech is going to depend on BitTorrent technology that uses peer-to-peer file sharing to completely obviate the need for any central servers. And I've looked at PeerTube, which is basically video sharing network that runs on that principle, but it doesn't look like many people are using PeerTube, and I don't think you're going to get discovered there. I've looked at Odyssey, and Odyssey runs on LBRY, which I think is supposed to look like library, and it uses that technology. But the problem is that Odyssey itself and LBRY are centralized. And there's two problems with them. So there's this guy, Ludke, who was real big on Odyssey, and he's got a video about his experience with Odyssey. But basically, Odyssey corporate decided that they were going to promote total vulgarity as a means of making their channel popular. And that guy Ludke, he was in with them, and he tried convincing them otherwise, and tried to pitch his argument to them, and they treated him really badly. And so I don't trust that if they're going to promote like the most raunchy stuff at the expense of good content, I don't really trust that the creator network there is really going to stick around in a resilient way. The other problem is that these people made their own cryptocurrency, LBRY coin, and did an initial coin offering, ICO, which is like an IPO for stocks, but for cryptocurrency. And now they're in a battle with the SEC because the SEC is telling them that they're selling an unlicensed security. I don't think they're going to win that battle with the SEC. And if you look at, actually, why don't we just pull up the chart? So let's see. If we look at the chart of LBRY, well, we can look at US dollar first. So let's see. So LBRY in US dollars was started out here and basically has done nothing but crash, try to recover, fail, try to recover, fail, and has basically lost all its value. And then we could look at, is that the right, is that LB? Yeah, that was LBRY versus US dollar. And then if you look at it in terms of Bitcoin, it looks real bad in terms of Bitcoin. So LBRY, so basically the Bitcoin bull markets have allowed LBRY to float up a little bit, but it basically, I don't know what you call this, an L-shaped crash. So it just, LBRY relative to Bitcoin went straight down and stayed flat. And so why is that a problem for moving to Odyssey? Well, I don't really care about monetizing the Odyssey videos. I'm looking for censorship resilience. But I'm not sure Odyssey is going to be useful as a network to be discovered on Odyssey. I'm not sure how, if they're in this conflict with the SEC, which I assume is the reason that their coin is crashing in value. I'm not sure. But whatever it is, the coin has crashed in value and is staying down. The problem is that the other creators in the network use that to get paid to monetize their videos. And so I don't see how the creator network can survive there if their handling of their coin leads to its total loss of value and failure to ever recover it. And I don't see how arguing with the SEC that no, we were not actually. I mean, their approach, from what I've heard, is basically to try to get the crypto community to back them up as no, they're not selling an unlicensed security. But I just don't see how that's going to win with the SEC. And so it just seems like the prospects for Odyssey are rather dim with these things that could erode the creator network. And then I'm very interested in Mastodon. And so Mastodon, I don't understand Mastodon enough yet, but it seems like it's working on a similar principle, except that it's a federation of social media networks that can be voluntarily attached or unattached from as many other networks as they want. And each core network runs a server. And so I don't think it's quite built on the torrent structure of getting around central servers, in the sense that I think the network itself has a central server. But if you're in an amalgamation of networks, then it is decentralized to the extent that the more networks glom onto yours, the more that your storage files are decentralized across those networks. I think. I don't know much about it. Um, but I'm very interested in that structure, because it means that if you get deplatformed, you can only get deplatformed by the people who don't want to hear you, right? So, like, if there's 20 different social media networks, social networks or whatever, in the Mastodon Federation that all want to listen to you, and one decides they don't like your content for whatever reason, and they deplatform you, they've only deplatformed you from themselves. Um, it's like when at one point, uh, no, I'm not going to get into that. But anyway, so those are the things I'm looking at. But anyway, I'll look at your comments. Actually, let me just go over to Bitcoin price. Okay, so quickly before I go to the comments, where we are, 30-minute chart is now hitting a 9, and it's not tanking right now. It looks like it's just taking a breather and pausing. So I I continue to think that this sort of gentle pause until the short-term charts under 30 minutes reset is probably going to be what's going to go on for some hour and a half or so before we really get going. Okay, Rangan says yes, yes, Rangan. Lee Devers, why will it? I think I explained why I think it'll go to an all-time high. I think that's what you meant. Eric, hey Eric. Don says Bitcoin party, you say. Yeah, well, for fun. GCam says sounds good. My mom says, should I put my money in? This is not financial advice. The appropriate time to buy Bitcoin was yesterday, always. Creasy, Creasy's, I don't know how to pronounce your name, says most amusing. Well, amusement is cool. David Ramsey says, you cannot actually own a Bitcoin. It's simply a piece of computer code. You can own a Bitcoin. I don't know what your point is. Your dollar is a piece of computer code too. So what's your point? I mean, most people don't use cash dollars. And if you did use a cash dollar, just a piece of paper, apart from a law about it, what it means. So whether it's paper or computer code, what's your point? Eric says it's time to go. I think so. Beverly Meyer Hartsfield says financial expert Catherine Austin Fitz. She's amazing. She sees most of the upper level financial elites moving into buying gold and land while they entice the general population to an unstable cryptocurrency that, although it may hold short term capital gains, will ultimately be a contrived pump and dump of historic levels. She points out that Bitcoin is not the currency for the people it pretends to be, and that much of the hype around it is devised to help the central banking powers consolidate their gains and entice the population to use a digital currency. She outlines the danger of using digital money when the current system of finance has no integrity, and that people who work with Bitcoin, blockchain, cryptocurrencies know it's unsafe and subject to hacking with FDIC insurance. Well, I disagree with most of that, but I'll go through it point by point. So, first of all, are the financial elites buying gold and land instead of Bitcoin? Um, well, I agree they're buying land, but I mean, let's look at the gold price. So I own a little bit of gold, but the financial elites who are buying gold are not doing too well right now. So this is a 30-minute chart, but let's go to the monthly chart. So gold was a great thing to buy in December of 2019 because it went up a lot by August of 2020, but it's been doing nothing but just floating off this way. So I don't understand how you can say that the financial elites are all buying up all the gold when the price of gold has been drifting down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 months. The price of gold has been drifting down. And now let's look at the price of gold priced in Bitcoin. So this is basically um, how um, much Bitcoin does it cost you to buy an ounce of gold? And so when this is high, gold is doing well compared to Bitcoin. And when this is low, gold is doing bad compared to Bitcoin. So the gold to Bitcoin price ratio went up from to August 2011. Is that right? 2011? August to December of 2011, and then all it's done is go down since then. Down, down, down. This is the monthly chart. Gold relative to Bitcoin. Down, 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 down. Expand. Down, 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 down. You got it. It's amazing how much you would think from that chart that it couldn't go down anymore. Tried to recover in December of from October 2013 to December 2014, it kind of started recovering and then down, 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 down. And then when this chart makes it look like it couldn't go down any more than that, it tried to recover from January 2018 to January 2019, and then down, 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 down. So I don't see how it's possible that the financial elites are buying gold and convincing everyone else to buy Bitcoin. That would drive the price of gold up. But then on top of that, the on-chain analysis provided by folks like Willy Woo, who has a paid newsletter, and then Will Clemente does some analysis for Anthony Pompliano's newsletter. And they look at what are the whales doing. So the people who own 1,000 Bitcoin or more. Now, if you own 1,000 Bitcoin, you are a financial elite in my book, because 1,000 Bitcoin times a current price of $60,000, that would mean that you own $60 million just of Bitcoin, right? So the minimum to be a whale is to own $60 million of Bitcoin. And these financial elites don't put all their money into one thing, generally speaking. I mean, a couple of them do, but most of those people own other stuff. And so you're talking about people who have a net worth of $100 million or billionaires. And we know they're buying Bitcoin because it's so transparent that you can see how much Bitcoin is being bought by people that own thousands and thousands of Bitcoin. Do they pump and dump? Yeah, of course they do. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to trade. And there's some of them want it as a permanent long-term storage of wealth. And so some of those people will hold it forever. But obviously, the people that are like the hedge funds and stuff like that, it's like people like Michael Saylor. I think Michael Saylor is going to hold his Bitcoin forever. But but there's hedge funds who are buying Bitcoin, and their purpose is to sell it when they think it's the end of the bull market. And so the price of Bitcoin will crash. There's no doubt that the price of Bitcoin will crash. But crash to what? So, I mean, just Bitcoin hasn't been around forever, but it's been around long enough to look at some repeatable patterns. And so let's look at what those repeatable patterns are. And so this is sort of the opposite of the gold chart, where when you go back, you have to expand it to see the rise. Whereas at the gold chart, as you go forward, you have to expand it to see how much it's tanked. But so like Bitcoin crashed here, and now we're breaking the all-time high again tonight. I think almost anyone would agree that's part of the same cycle. But you expand this, and so the last major bubble, right, was 2017. So Tim Ferriss, all the Bitcoin that Tim Ferriss bought was like right here at the top of the 2017 bubble. And if he told you that in January of 2019, you would have laughed at him so much. But he just ignored it. And now Tim Ferriss, having bought at the top of the pump and gone through the dump, now Tim Ferriss's investment is up 3x. And if you just expand this, that's true of every bull market before this. So 2013 was a pump and dump. It pumped and it dumped. But if you bought at the very top of the pump in 2013 and you lived through the dump, you would be up 60x right now. So the dump is a problem if your time horizon is less than 2 years. But you can't pick any 2 years here. You couldn't have bought it at any time during the 2 years and then not been doing fabulously 2 years later. So if your time horizon is 6 months or 1 year, you should be very careful. This is not financial advice. This is my opinion. But if your time horizon is 6 months or a year, it's very easy to lose money if you need to take the money out in that time period. But if your time horizon is 2 years or more, then yeah, it gets pumped and dumped, and who cares? Because it gets the pump and dump is within a cycle where a secular trend is going up. Okay, so is Bitcoin a conspiracy by the financial elites to make us used to using digital money? Everyone's already used to using digital money. There need not be any Bitcoin to convince people to use digital money. And in fact, Bitcoin does nothing to convince people to use digital money because no one uses Bitcoin in the United States. I mean, in other countries where they have serious money problems, people use Bitcoin, but no one's buying pizza with Bitcoin in the United States because the price is going up. And people in the United States don't need to use Bitcoin. They can use Venmo. They can use Cash App. They can use Square. They can use Chase QuickPay. They can use Zelle. Um, and most transactions are digital. Everyone's been doing digital transactions forever. Bitcoin is not Bitcoin is not an innovation to make transactions digital. And so, yeah, the financial, the certainly the government wants to ban cash. That's been very clear for a while, because cash is a means of tax evasion, first of all, um, and second of all, illicit transactions. But um, they don't need Bitcoin to make us used to using digital money, and Bitcoin doesn't do anything to make us used to using digital money. Bitcoin makes us used to seeing the value of our Bitcoin account go up, and while we let it sit there. And if we stay in long enough, teaches us patience. But it's not getting us used to using digital money. Credit cards got us used to using digital money. Um, She outlines the danger of using digital money when the current system of finance has no integrity, and the people who work with Bitcoin, blockchain, cryptocurrencies know it's unsafe and subject to hack with FDIC insurance. There's definitely a lot of scams out there, and uh, you need to, if you have Bitcoin in an exchange, um, you need to be very careful about phishing attacks. You should be careful about phishing attacks anyway. I mean, people can steal your identity through a phishing attack. Um, but uh, I mean, but that's yeah, that's a real problem, and there's real protections that you need to deal with it. Um, and yeah, I think big banks are better at fixing fraud attacks. So generally, like Chase is very generous about, So for example, once I had a bank teller who misread the account number on someone's, and actually paper is very unsafe because people can misread it. So I had like a $9,000 or something come out of my account because someone cashed a paper check and the teller misread the account number and typed in my number. And um and this it scared the crap out of me, but it was resolved within a day because Chase is a big company and they'll cover any mistake even if they can't get the money back somewhere else. They'll cover it, and they were good about following up on it with me. Almost gave me a heart attack. Um, but and you might not be in the best position if you're a victim of a phishing attack with a much smaller cryptocurrency exchange. That's a possibility, and you have to be more careful with that. Um, I think that's a valid point, but I don't think it eliminates the value of Bitcoin. In my, it's a real point, but it's just something that um, Trudy Pateman says. Georgi Dinkov from Ideal Labs for Inspiration Computer Program. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, Trudy. Tyler Beatrice says, replying to David Ramsey, if you hold it in a private wallet and have the private key, you do in fact own it. You can access your BTC even if your computer dies and you lose all your login info, as long as you have your private key to restore your wallet. Um, yeah, I agree with that. Tyler Beatrice says, DeFi is worth learning about. I'm getting over 98% APY on various investments. So DeFi is decentralized finance. I don't know too much about DeFi, but the gist of it is you you I mean, maybe Tyler can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the gist of it is basically that you put your cryptocurrency into a pool from which loans are taken out, and then you basically earn interest on that. And the main risk of it is you can get liquidated if they generally have a liquidation threshold where if the price were to drop and you weren't expecting that, um, then you'd effectively turn all your crypto into dollars at that price, and so you could lose money on that. And of course, I mean, it's a similar risk to owning it, just holding it, right? There's always some short-term risk in that. Um, but I was looking into DeFi. I was having a friend explain it to me. I don't know too much about it. Um, but I feel like I would need to know a lot more about that before I would feel comfortable, sort of, because you are kind of relieving yourself of the ownership if you're pooling it into that. Um, so I don't want to be too greedy, and I'm just watching. I'm just letting it appreciate. Um, but it's for me, it's mainly as the more money that I can put into my business as capital investments without having to borrow it or take investments from other people and lose control, the more good that I can do for the world. And so it's to me it's primarily, so I'm very interested from the perspective of decentralized money, but to me it's also just a way to have an alternative means of making an capital investment in my business that I can use to bring greater good to the world. Andrew says, "Woo, Bitcoin go!" Um, looks like we might be starting to. What are we doing here on the Bitcoin chart? We're just basically just hanging out at the top. Okay. Um, GCAM 474 says futures ETF will benefit some manipulators, but is ultimately only a pregnenolone steal, not honest and beneficial like a spot ETF. Reservations on the word honest, of course. Um, I haven't paid that much attention to it. So it's a futures ETF and not a spot ETF. So people are buying, is that cash dollar settled uh, Bitcoin future contracts, I guess. Well, I mean, mm, I guess, yeah, I guess if people are just buying the futures, then then that would be bringing in the price speculation. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Um, but I do think, I mean, I do think that I need to think about it a little bit more and listen to people who really know what they're talking about. But I do think that the speculation, although it's froth on top that inevitably crashes, do think that speculation drives up the price and thereby drives interest, which thereby drives other investments. So I actually believe that sales in Bitcoin actually have a functional purpose, which is to attract attention and investment into the space. And I don't think that I don't think you can really have, just through the way human nature works. I don't really think that you can have build up Bitcoin without those speculative bubbles. So I don't think it's all bad to have speculative input. I think it's bad from the perspective of you have to be careful, because if you go in and think that it's just going to keep going up and up, if you have a speculative froth on top of everything, it will go down. But I think those speculative bubbles are part of what drives all this attention into the space. So if you bought at the 2017 top and then in 2019 you felt like an idiot if you just decided to sell it out of exhaustion at that point. Um, but that doesn't change the fact that so much attention and investment was driven into it in 2017, not all of which stayed, but a lot of which stayed there, and then stayed for the next round and the next round, and more and more and more came in. Andrew says Plan B says 98K in November. Uh, Interesting. Andre says, is that the tone phase indicator? Yeah, I said this at the beginning. So this is the tone phase MRI indicator. And at the beginning, I kind of explained how I use it. I wonder if Tone is doing a live video right now. Let me see. All right, he's not around. He's probably in another country, and I don't know what time it is there. Um, but anyway, yeah, it's Tone's indicator. Lane Hedges says, how will my daily intake of choline affect my bitcoins? Well, if you eat enough choline, then you'll have enough acetylcholine to have good, sustained, good cognitive performance during periods of sustained attention. And maybe during those periods of higher cognitive performance, you'll make the best financial decisions if that's what you're devoting the time to. That might mean you wind up with more Bitcoin. I don't know. Jan 2852 says, what do you think about CBDC, central bank digital currency? I mean, I told you what I think about it in the 6-minute video that I made the other day, the real reason for vaccine passports. I think central bank digital currencies are, I agree with Edward Snowden's article on continuing ed. Let me just bring up that article right now. So it's called Your Money and Your Life. Central bank digital currencies will ransom our future. And so the gist of this is continuing ed, his Substack. So the gist of this is a CBDC is not, as Wikipedia might tell you, a digital dollar. After all, most dollars are already digital, existing not as something folded in your wallet, but as an entry in a bank's database faithfully requested and rendered beneath the glass of your phone. Neither is a central bank digital currency. Excuse me. Neither is a central bank digital currency a state-level embrace of crypto, at least not of cryptocurrency, as pretty much everyone in the world who uses it currently understands it. Instead, a CBDC is something closer to being a perversion of cryptocurrency, or at least of the founding principles and protocols of cryptocurrency, a crypto-fascist currency, an evil twin entered into the ledgers on opposite day, expressly designed to deny its users the basic ownership of their money and to install the state at the mediating center of every transaction. And then bringing this back to health, he uses the example of the bank security guard, and it's towards the end of the article. He says, let's return to close with that bank security guard that he was talking about midway through the article, who, after helping to close up the bank for the day, probably goes off to work a second job to make ends meet at a gas station, say. Will a CBDC be helpful to him? Will an e-dollar improve his life more than a cash dollar would, or a dollar equivalent in Bitcoin or in some stable coin or even in FDIC-insured stable coin? Let's say that his doctor has told him that the sedentary or just standing around nature of his work at the bank has impacted his health and contributed to dangerous weight gain. Our guard must cut down on sugar, and his private insurance company, which he's been publicly mandated to deal with, now starts tracking his pre-diabetic condition and passes data on that condition onto the systems that control his CBDC wallet, so that the next time he goes to the deli and tries to buy some candy, he's rejected. He can't. His wallet just refuses to pay, even if it was his intention to buy that candy for his granddaughter. Or let's say that one of his e-dollars, which he received as a tip at his gas station job, happens to be later registered by a central authority as having been used by its previous possessor to execute a suspicious transaction, whether it was a drug deal or a donation to a totally innocent and in fact totally life-affirming charity operating in a foreign country deemed hostile to the US foreign policy, and so it becomes frozen and even has to be civilly forfeited. How will our so civil forfeiture is when they take your stuff without necessarily having a due process or conviction of a crime in any case. How will our beleaguered guard get it back? Will he ever be able to prove that said e-dollar is legitimately his and retake possession of it? And how much would that proof ultimately cost him? Our guard earns his living with his labor. He earns it with his body, and yet by the time that by the time that body inevitably breaks down, will he have amassed enough of a grub stake to comfortably retire? And if not, can he ever hope to rely on the state's benevolent or even adequate provision for his welfare, his care, his healing? This is the question that I'd like Waller, who's someone he was talking about at the beginning of the article, doesn't matter, and I'd like all of the Fed and the Treasury and the rest of the U.S. government to answer. Of all the things that might be centralized and nationalized in this poor man's life, should it really be his money? And so the 30-minute chart. Actually, can you guys see this? I switched tabs. No, you can't. Sorry, I was sharing the tab and not the window, so I thought I was showing you the Bitcoin chart. So I'll finish answering your question. So I basically think that central bank digital currencies are a way of the state invading your every transaction. I mean, that's the danger. I mean, could they be implemented some other way? They could, but then why would they make this central bank digital currency? What's the point? We already have online banking. We already have banking apps. We don't need a central bank digital currency to do anything other than put the central bank as the mediator of all your transactions. There's another really good piece from Raoul Pal. He's an investor, and he made a video called the Bitcoin Life Raft. So let me show you this video here. I'm not going to play it because it's kind of long, but you guys, if you want to, can watch it. So it's called the Bitcoin Life Raft, the end of monetary and fiscal policy as we know it. That's a 34-minute video. But he basically argues in there that central bank digital currencies will be the onset of behavioral economics. So everything, he's in basically total agreement with what I had said in that video and what Snowden is saying there in seeing central bank digital currencies as basically the path to behavioral economics, like financially punishing you for doing one thing, financially rewarding you for doing another thing, and that Bitcoin will be the life raft of freedom. Of course, cash can be a life raft of freedom, but as the economy digitalizes, most people can't run a business on physical cash. If you have a storefront, you can. But I can't run my business on physical cash because almost everything that people buy from me is online. And my income is spread the world basically. It's biased towards the United States, but not crazily so. All right, let's take a quick look at what the Bitcoin price is doing. So I think we're currently in a pause governed by the 30-minute and under time frames, and it's 30-minute finished its 9, and now it's just kind of hanging out. Price is going up a little bit, but not really going anywhere. On the 15-minute chart, we've reset the count because this tone vase MRI indicator. So we have red. Our numbers turned red because they're drifting lower than the 4 candles before them, and so that gave the 15-minute chart to cool off. Time to cool off after this double 9 point, hitting double exhaustion. And so the 15-minute chart could take off at any minute. I wouldn't be surprised if it drifted down into the average down here and then bounced. The 5 minute, 5 minutes not really doing anything interesting. Um, 3 minutes not really doing anything interesting. Yeah, all these are just kind of drifting sidewards, and so I think basically this 30-minute chart needs to cool off and could take another hour to do that. So, it hit its 9, but the count didn't reset here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have some drift off. I mean, I'm not a trader, but maybe that looks kind of like a bull flag. If this drifts down this way, this would be the flag and this would be the pole. And then you'd expect another rise this high after this flag part ended, which would take us straight through into the all-time high. This isn't financial advice, and I don't know what I'm talking about. This is my day off, and I'm doing this for fun. And so we're here looking at Bitcoin being well poised to hit an all-time high tonight, and we're just talking about all things decentralization. PDT says geek alert. Whenever Chris Masterjohn is live, it's a geek alert. Tina Just Wins says, you're a man of many talents. Thank you. The Highlander says, holla, Chris. Holla, Highlander. The Highlander says, I'm a multimillionaire now. Well, I'm not, but congratulations to you. That's exciting. Lane Hedges says, who does this on their day off? Well, I wouldn't be doing this on my day off if I didn't think that Bitcoin was going to hit an all-time high tonight. But I wanted to put some time into researching decentralization protection. And then I was like, well, Bitcoin's going to hit an all-time high. Why not just watch it happen on live stream and talk about decentralization? So the Highlander bought Bitcoin at 3K, LOL. I bought some Bitcoin at 3K. So I bought some Bitcoin at the first Bitcoin I bought was at 3K. And I was going to put in Bitcoin in installments. I had some cash to allocate to it. And I was going to do a little Bitcoin here, a little Bitcoin there. I was going to dollar cost average. And then Bitcoin hit 5K. And I was like, oh, this is too high. Way too high. Got to wait for it to come back down. It's in a bubble. And then Bitcoin never again came to 5K except during very briefly in 2020 when it crashed to 4K during the disaster of all things crashing. But for years, it had never hit 5K again. It went up to 20K before it came down to 5K again. And so I wish I just allocated the whole thing in at 3K, but instead I just bought it between 3 and 10. And then now I carry almost my whole net worth in Bitcoin, and that went in 2 installments. Half of it went in at the break of 10K, and half of it went in the break of 20K. Just one says, "Have you heard of Luxo, sir?" I don't think so. Tina. The Highlander says, Ben, look at Benjamin Cowan's work. I do look at Benjamin Cowan's work. He's a data scientist, mathematician who worked for NASA. He developed a risk metric for crypto, and I've been following it. Highly recommend it. Yeah, I think Benjamin Cowan is great. I wonder if he's live right now. Maybe we can watch Benjamin Cowan live.
Hey everyone.
It looks like he's not live right now. I wonder if he's on Twitter saying anything. Well, since Cowan doesn't seem to be live right now, we can look at his tweets. So 2 hours ago, he said Bitcoin just had the highest weekly close ever. The market cycle is not over. 1 hour ago, he said 62K Bitcoin. 7 minutes ago, he said Bitcoin bears may have run out of lines, may run out of Bitcoin bears may run out of lines to redraw relatively soon. So, um, surprised he's not live. I think he's married though. Anyway, and so yeah, I mean, so he's right about that. So let's look at the weekly closes, like he was just saying. So if we put Bitcoin on the weekly chart, we just closed the week at 8 p.m. at 61,512, and if you that line's kind of hard to see. And I use TradingView app on my phone so much that I forget how to. I don't want this. I want a straight horizontal line. Um, Horizontal line. All right. So our close is this red line right here, and you can see that close, all of these were the highest weeks. So the tops of the green bodies here are weekly closes, and we just closed. It was the highest weekly close ever. Um, and I think I mentioned that at the beginning that um, actually, were we at the highest daily close also? So that's a lot harder to get on the same chart. Let's see if we can do it. So our daily close, I can't see anything. Oh, no, we're not at our highest daily close, even at our current closing price. All right, so we hit our highest weekly close, but not daily close. Oh, I think the other thing that I think what I'm thinking about is the other thing I pointed out was that our month is currently trading higher than any of the other monthly closes. So it hasn't closed yet, but it's higher than any other month has closed. The Highlander says, I know him personally, hedge fund quant quality stuff, talking about Benjamin Cowan into the cryptoverse. Yeah, I mean, he's really the only people that I follow on YouTube for Bitcoin and crypto are Tone Vays and Benjamin Cowan. I wonder if you're Highlander, I wonder if you're the guy who's Benjamin Cowan to me. Someone on Twitter was like, why do you follow Tone Vays? You should follow Benjamin Cowan. So now I follow Tone Vays and I follow Benjamin Cowan. But Highlander says, in this market cycle, BTC should hit between 200, 400K, and ETH should hit around 20 to 30K. Maybe, I don't know. I'm agnostic about where it's going. But if it does go to 200 to 400K by the end of the market cycle, then you can expect the Bitcoin bear market to be characterized by lots of productivity and innovation by Chris Masterjohn, who sells a chunk of Bitcoin and invests it. So I was looking at DeFi and I was trying to think of whether I should borrow against my Bitcoin in the bear market instead of selling it. And I went through it in my head, and I've decided that what I should do is sell a chunk of my Bitcoin to use as a capital investment and then regenerate that to buy back the Bitcoin as the price goes down through the whole bear market, so that at the end of the bear market, I have as much or more Bitcoin than I started out with, but that whole chunk of capital went into my business to expand it. Highlander says his YouTube channel is just by his name, Benjamin Cowan. Yeah.
Hey everyone, and thanks for
Oops. Yeah. All right. Jan 2852 says email is open text, easy to intercept. Well, yeah, I mean, not only that, but think about trying to make your email secure with like Proton Mail. But if you Proton Mail to a Gmail, your Proton Mail encryption did nothing. So I guess if you only Proton Mail with Proton Mail people, but I think it's a lot easier to like just use Signal between people than to worry about whose email you're being intercepted. Because if you're on Signal, you know you're on Signal, whereas email all communicates with each other. And so anything you do to get more secure email is just compromised by the lack of security in someone else's email. I mean, that comes right down to passwords, right? Like you can use a password manager and a random password for your email, but you're emailing people that might use the name of their favorite TV show for their password, and then they can easily get hacked. And so everything that you did to keep your password more secure on your email was lost because someone else had lower security. So, I mean, I'm not going to I can't not use email. I can't convert all my email to Signal. That would cause such a loss in productivity that it would be totally impractical. So I'm not looking to become, I mean, I got nothing to hide, nothing to run from. I just want to be more resilient for when the things we're allowed to do and say getting increasingly cracked down on, because that seems to be where the trend is going. And so I do want to build the resilience now while I'm not imminently worried about being, taken away or something like that. But Andrew says, what do you think of Mastodon as a Twitter alternative? I'm only part of the way looking into Mastodon, but I really love the idea of, and I mentioned it before, but I really love the idea of a federation of social networks that you participate with each other in a voluntary and decentralized way. And if anyone can deplatform you, but they're just deplatforming themselves from you, right? So people who don't want you in their network, they just dissociate from you. So I really like that idea, but I don't know enough about Mastodon yet. Mastodon struck me as a social network alternative in general rather than just Twitter alternative. But I haven't done enough research on it. Mastodon is at the top of my list to learn more about. Jan 2852 says, are you concerned what happened to Mercola? Mark Dirty Dozen #1 may happen to you. Many people voicing opposition have been censored by FTC and DOJ. No, but while we're on that, why don't we watch what Mercola said? Because I think it's highly relevant here, and I'm concerned about this. So for a 5-minute video, why don't we just watch it together? So I'm going to put Mercola on right now. This is Dr. Mercola, why I am deleting all content after 48 hours.
Hi, this is Dr. Mercola, and today I have the most important announcement in the quarter-of-a-century history of this newsletter. My goal and passion has always been about supporting you and helping you take control of your health. And I'm beyond thrilled that there are hundreds of millions of people who have benefited from what I've shared over the years. In fact, I am filled with joy and a deep sense of gratitude.
Can someone just put in the chat whether you can hear the sound on Mercola?
Every time I travel and lecture, as invariably so many people come up to me and tell me how I've changed their lives by providing vital information they just couldn't find anywhere else. And even better, It was completely.
Can you hear Mercola? Can you hear him? Okay.
These were the times when many of the views I presented were criticized and controversial, but that's to be expected. That was one of the great freedoms we enjoyed. We could have different views, and we could speak openly about these views without any fear of retribution. But we are now in a different time, a much darker time. In fact, the silence of free speech is now deafening. Not only is blatant censorship tolerated, it is being actively encouraged by the very people who were to be entrusted with protecting our freedom of speech. We are not living from the lessons we've learned before. Never in my life would I believe the media would call out 12 Americans in a McCarthyism-like attack in the United States. And as you're aware, I was placed at the very top of this list. The last week has brought a tremendous amount of reflections to me and a lot of unacceptable threats to a company full of amazing people that have helped me support you in this journey. By now, I'm sure you know that there was a recent New York Times article attacking me, and it was one of the most widely distributed stories in the world. The article was loaded with so many false statements made about me and my organization. So the course of action I am now forced to take is to remove my entire archive of articles. I know. 25 years worth of blood, sweat, and tears coming down. I can hardly believe I'm saying these words. It's a testament to just how radical things have degenerated in the recent past. However, I will continue to publish new articles, but going forward, each article I publish will only be available for 48 hours and will then be removed from the website. We are at a crossroads where change is unavoidable. We all must make choices that determine our future. And to many, this looks like war. But what we need is to find peace. And I'm going to find peace through this sacrifice. Just to be clear, all my content will be removed. This includes articles on the Great Reset, general nutrition, the coronavirus, and all my interviews with experts. These will be all removed to appease the individuals in power who have an arsenal of overwhelming tools at their disposal and are actively engaged in using them. COVID-19 has activated emergency authorization powers that have weakened our constitutional rights. Sadly, cyber warfare and authoritarian forces are beyond our abilities to withstand, and this is now the only way forward. Over 15,000 articles full of vital information that has helped hundreds of millions of people across the world take control of their health will be removed. There was a time when people could debate and respect each other freely. The time is now gone. I believe laws are best applied like medicine, locally and specifically. Local food, local democracy, and our local community strength is the best way to achieve peace moving forward and to stop this authoritarian technocracy. I also believe we are the strongest when we can care and maintain respect for each other. This is how we can make our most important decisions in life. Again, I'm still going to be writing my daily articles that I started 25 years ago, but they will only be available for 48 hours before they are removed. In this way, I hope to continue my mission to serve you and help you take control of your health. So I want to thank each and every one of you that have supported me over the years. And I hope you can understand why I have decided to make this dramatic decision. I hope the remaining ephemeral articles will be useful for those who wish to read them. We will continue through these challenging times together. And remember this. Your body was designed to stay healthy. You hold in your hands the power to take control of your health, and never, never let anyone take your right to health away from you.
So I don't get where Mercola is coming from here. I mean, I don't understand how. So first of all, I don't like the message that he said something like they have such powerful the forces of cyber warfare and um what did he say? Let me see if I can pull it up here. Sadly, cyber warfare and authoritarian forces are beyond our abilities to withstand. I don't like that statement. That seems very disempowering statement, which I think is the opposite of what he was generally trying to go for there. I mean, he was very much trying to end on an empowering note. That was a very disempowering statement. But then he says, and this is now the only way forward. I don't understand how this is a way forward. Um, I don't understand what he's doing. I don't understand how it protects him to put up articles for 48 hours. I mean, if he only emailed them, or if he just got everyone on Signal, which of course it would be very difficult to migrate his email list to Signal because only some of the people would go. But I don't understand how he could be any less vulnerable to attacks against him for putting up something for 48 hours. Because if he puts it up for 48 hours, there's a permanent record of it. There's no temporary on the internet. And then the last thing, I mean, so if he's going to do it to find peace, then I can't say what he finds peace with. I mean, if this brings him peace, it brings him peace. But I think there was something else. I didn't like that he said these will all be removed to appease the individuals in power who have an arsenal of overwhelming tools at their disposal and are actively engaged in using them. All I could think of was George W. Bush saying, "We don't negotiate with terrorists." And I'm just thinking, why is Mercola, why is his goal to appease these people? And so I don't understand how Mercola could make a decision. I mean, I guess two hypotheses are, maybe I should just ask him because I mean, we don't have any kind of regular personal chat, but I've emailed him before and I've been on his show and I've met him in person. But my two competing hypotheses would be A, Mercola is trying to do this as some kind of protest, like I'm leaving the world until the world acknowledges my value. Um, or in the same vein is trying to get his base riled up against the censorship by making it more felt. Or he was threatened. But I don't understand how Mercola would build this empire and then be like, "Oh, they called me out on the White House press briefing. I have to go run and hide and appease everyone." So it's very puzzling to me. All right, so I'm gonna look at the Mercola comments and respond to you guys. Then Jeff Perriman says, "I wanted BTC news. This is getting political." What are you talking about? Um, what got political? Is talking about if talking about free speech is too political for you, you should go somewhere else. Um, I mean, what is the reason? What is the reason, Jeff, that Bitcoin exists? It's to have censorship-free money. So you're not philosophically aligned with Bitcoin at all if you don't believe in free speech. If free speech is too political for you, sorry. We don't have anything if we don't have freedom of speech, period. There's no point in thinking you have the right to anything. There's no point in eating if you don't have the right to decide what you can eat. Um, I mean, anyway, Bitcoin's just, so Jeff, the Bitcoin news is Bitcoin's just kind of hanging out. Like the short term charts under 30 minutes, 30 minutes and under have kind of got exhausted. Actually, so this is good news. Real quick on the Bitcoin price. I think it's good news that this 30-minute chart has now generated a red one. And so it's only 3 minutes into the 30-minute period, but if it hangs out here long enough to reset it, then I think that allows it to finish, when the price gets exhausted from the uptrend, then if it can reset the count instead of starting all the way up again, then that will ensure for a much stabler bounce up for the next trend. And so if this price can stay down here till 11 o'clock, I think that'll give it a real nice base to push up during the night. I mean, hopefully it just hangs out there till 11 o'clock and then hits the all-time high and we can celebrate and go home. Anyway, all right, so, it looks like the beginning of Mercola. Okay, back to Mercola. Duke Man says this is why you archive everything. Yeah, but so Mercola is just saying he's intentionally going to make it disappear. I mean, it's not like Mercola is saying, look, the big tech can't get rid of Mercola because Mercola's been building his email list since 1997. So yeah, they can take Mercola down from Instagram, from Google, from YouTube. All that's going to do is limit his ability to expand his reach, but not really. If the guy probably has like 10 million people on his email list, if he can just say, he could do one call to action and be like, I want all of you to email this to 5 people, and I'm only asking you to do this once, but I need to mobilize for this specific purpose because I've been shut down everywhere. We need to get all these people here. If he has an army of 10 million people that are going to email 50 million people, yeah, not everyone's going to do it, but I mean, Mercola's censoring himself now. This is not Mercola getting censored by big tech. Big tech can censor Mercola partly, but only Mercola can finish censoring Mercola. Jeff Perriman says he has some good info, but you will spend a ton on supplements. Maybe it'll help. Seems like people used to be healthier and take less supplements just to eat real food. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people sell supplements. I don't even follow Mercola, to be honest. I don't have he puts out so much content. I don't have the time for it. I'm busy doing my own research. I used to follow Mercola way back in the day. And I remember the time where as a community of people, back when I used to talk nutrition on Yahoo groups before blogs existed, I remember the time where we were saying Mercola seems to be getting more commercial. And a lot of us started decreasing the amount of attention that we paid to him back then. But I also learned some things from Mercola. So, one of the things that Mercola said that really impressed me was never, he was always been a big tour of self-empowerment and listening to your own body. And so one of the things Mercola said was I will never forget that I learned this from Mercola. Not saying no one else said it, but I learned it from Mercola. He said very early on, he said, if I'm ever telling you something and your body's telling you something completely different, choose your body over me, because you got to listen to your body. And I'm telling you what I think is true and the reasons I think it's true, but not everything is true for everyone. And I thought that was a really good piece of advice. It was a philosophical insight that, yes, someone else besides Mercola could have said it, but I learned it from Mercola. And I learned it from Mercola because Mercola had a giant reach with that philosophy, and it happened to include me. And so I'm grateful to Mercola for that. But although I don't follow Mercola, I don't understand why he's so, I mean, even a lot of the people that I'm friends with, Mercola is a dirty word. I don't know why. Like, I listened to Michaela Peterson did an interview with him, and she has this on her channel, she's got this new opposing sides, I think she calls it, where she interviews two people who will represent two opposite sides. And she had Mercola and this very mainstream scientist talk about COVID, and they didn't debate. It was like Mercola was on with her, and then the other guy was on with her. But she found the only mainstream scientist who would go on her show knowing that he was providing a perspective opposite to Mercola, even though he was never talking to Mercola. And so she probably, if it was that hard for her to find someone who would be on a show that would also have Mercola on separately, then she probably wouldn't have been able to get anyone to debate Mercola. And so that's probably why that was. But anyway, I heard Mercola talk about COVID for 45 minutes. I didn't think he said anything that was insane. Uh, I mean, the dude thinks it's a virus. He criticized the people who don't think it's a virus. He criticized the people who are against germ theory, but he thought that a lot of natural treatments were effective. I mean, he thinks it's probably came from the lab. None of that is very far out. You know, he might be wrong about some things, but he didn't say anything crazy about COVID. So I don't understand why Mercola is a dirty word. Frustrated Cowgirl says, I've been following for over a decade. Cool. Our food needs to come from a good soil source. I agree. I was talking about this with people at breakfast before the march the other day, though. Yeah, we need food from good soil, but we also need the message that can reach the masses that if they can eat more fresh food, meat and vegetables and stuff, nose to tail, then they should. And we can't set the bar as high as it has to come from regenerative soil, regenerative agriculture and good soil. I mean that we have to have that bar, but that can't be the lowest bar for someone to start eating good food. Duke Man says Mercola's supplements are overpriced. I listen to multiple doctors and find the best balance for myself. Google Spy says he basically said he's retreating. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Jeff Perriman says gets attention. Susie CD says agree with you. Frustrated Cowgirl says it's hard to know what the threats were or a marketing ploy. I don't know. I mean, either a marketing ploy or I mean, I don't see how. I mean, I guess you could say like it's a scarcity ploy, and it'll get more people to read his posts because they're afraid they'll go away in 48 hours. But I don't get that sense because it's not like he's um it's a scarcity of something that costs money, you know. It seems more like if it's a marketing ploy, it's marketing for the cause of riling up his base against the censorship. I could see that. It's that or it's he's retreating from feeling threatened. It's one of those two. I don't know. Maybe he's a genius and he's going to effectively rile up his base against the censorship. It's possible. It's possible this is a touch of genius that I'm not currently perceiving. Andre says Mercola is probably avoiding retroactive channel strikes on YouTube, and someone else somewhere said his Duke Man says no, Mercola's YouTube is already deleted. I mean, let's see. Does Mercola have a YouTube? So things 6 and 9 years ago come up at the top. If we filter for channel, Dr. Mercola Products has a channel. Mercola Healthy Pets has a channel. Dr. Joseph Mercola en Español has a channel. Mercola Portuguese has a channel. Maybe his main channel got deleted, but some of these side channels are still around or something like that. Frustrated Cowgirl says you can download the PDFs of each post. Interesting, but it sounds like he's saying that they're only going to be there for 48 hours, right? Or does he have him in email? Chrissy says, I think his and Aaron's lives were repeatedly threatened. That wouldn't surprise me. Soap says, screw crypto. All it is people trying to get rich. It's not a reliable currency and is driven by hype. There's no physical product. There's hardly a service, and there's no company you're supporting. Your dollar is digital. What's your point? Susie CD says, he tends to make claims without references, so he was an easy target. I don't know. Maybe that's true. I mean, back when I read Mercola, his format was usually, here's a study, links to the study, here's what it found, here's Dr. Mercola's comment. Susie says, I think Mercola is trying to get his base to fight on his behalf. That would make sense. That might be the stroke of genius that I didn't immediately think of when I saw it. Jeff Perriman says, came to your Bitcoin news. Of course, I believe in free speech. I fail to see what Mercola taking down his videos has to do with Bitcoin. Well, what happened is that the interest in Bitcoin is that I think it's probably going to hit an all-time high tonight, but it's currently taking a pause on the 30-minute chart. And so there's only so much to say about Bitcoin. I mean, I talked about Bitcoin for the first 45 minutes or hour of this. And while we're on it, Bitcoin is very related to free speech because Bitcoin is the principle of free speech applied to money. And the whole point of Bitcoin is censorship-resistant money, which is just an outgrowth of censorship resistance in general. And so therefore, we're also talking about decentralization. And the relevance of decentralization in information is that right now there's imminent threat of deplatforming on ideological grounds across all big tech. So therefore, Mercola taking down all his stuff in response to the federal government bullying him is very relevant to Bitcoin. It's a tangent, it's peripheral, but it's very relevant to the core topic. But I don't have enough to say about Bitcoin to talk about it for hours. If I had a guest on, sure. But but I think all the awesome people that are sleeping or something. I don't know. Chrissy Fox says Mercola was telling COVID-19 treatment protocols. They went after Brownstein for that too. I heard he got death threats too, and FTC cease and desist letters. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Andre Bedinson says decentralization is huge. Whether it comes from BTC or some other crypto system, it's a fundamental solution that can't be tampered with by flawed and corrupt interests. Yeah, I think decentralization is, we need it in information and money. Duke Man says this isn't a Bitcoin news channel. I guess you're talking to the Jeff who wanted Bitcoin news. I'm not here for Bitcoin news. I'm not knowledgeable enough about Bitcoin to give news on it. I'm just throwing a live party to watch the price possibly hit an all-time high. The only problem is it just really looks like to me like it'll take at least another hour. So I don't know if I'll be able to stay on for the whole time. But the only way to make this interesting enough for me to stay on is to talk about some of the things that I would have been wanting to research anyway. Because if I wasn't, it was either the Bitcoin party or lay on the couch and relax and do nothing after a very long time. So, doing social stuff with people. My mom visited and I had a meetup and I went to a protest all day. And then, I'm an introvert. And so a lot of, a day and a half of nonstop social activity just makes me need to rest. And so it was like lay on the couch and do nothing or research decentralization or throw a Bitcoin watch party and talk about decentralization. So I decided since I made the Bitcoin is going to hit an all-time high tonight call. And by tonight, I mean like any time through the overnight. So I'm not going to stay on until 3 o'clock in the morning waiting for Bitcoin to hit the all-time high. And it might take that long. I mean, it might not hit the all-time high now. I'm not a psychic, But I just think there's a really good chance that Bitcoin is it just looks perfectly poised to go attack the all-time high. And I wouldn't be surprised if, as Asia wakes up, they want to preempt any ETF buying in America if the ETF does start trading tomorrow, which I think no one knows if the ETF is going to start trading tomorrow, but I think people are trying to preempt the price spike that they believe will happen with that. Frustrated Cowgirl says, would you go in now for short-term profit? You should not take any financial advice from me whatsoever. I think it's a terrible idea to ask me this question, but since you asked, you shouldn't short-term trade anything unless you're very experienced with risk managing short-term trades. Generally speaking, short-term trades are a lot harder to make money on than long-term trades. Not only do they all generate highly disadvantageous tax implications because any short-term profits are treated as your income rather than long-term capital gains tax, but it's just so easy to be wrong. So if your time horizon is 1 minute, it's real easy to be wrong about what's going to happen in 1 minute. But if your time horizon is 2 years, it's a lot easier to be right because it can go down for 6 months, and then if it comes back up, you were right. So anyway, I mean, I don't know if there's any short-term trade here. I think it's consolidating. So on the 1 minute chart, it went up and hit a double 9 top and crashed into the 1 minute resistance. And now it's drifting off, and now it's caught by the 20-minute moving average. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the 1 minute chart just forever kind of trades, not forever, but continues to trade in between the 20-minute moving average and this resistance line until maybe this line comes up to the resistance line and kisses it, and then they pop up. Although who knows, the 1 minute chart is trying to turn bullish right now. And failing hard. So maybe it goes down to the support line down here. Who knows? But look at that. I was looking at the 1 minute chart and I was wrong within 10 seconds. So the 3 minute chart looks like it's trying to recapture the 60-minute moving average here. This light blue line, all the light blue lines are 20 period moving averages. So if this 3 minute chart that's 20 times 3 minutes is the 60-minute or 1 hour moving average. So this 3 minute chart is like trying to decide whether it is going to find, it crossed it, and it's trying to decide whether it'll find support right now. That average is going down, which doesn't look great for the 3 minute time frame. But the 3 minute isn't doing anything logically according to the MRI indicator, right? Like the MRI indicator is great when you're in a confirmed trend, and then you can get into it and hit a stop loss and set a stop loss. And I don't do short-term trading, so I'm the dumbest person to ask about this topic. But how you might have played this is you might have seen this start to turn into a bullish trend here with this green star would have been generated around here, and you could have gotten into the trade and then set your stop loss maybe down here or something. And as it got up here, you could move your stop loss to a break-even point. And then, maybe you made some profit here, but at some point you hit your stop loss, and now it's in a confirmed downtrend. So now you could bet on the 3 minute chart going down. But why would you do that? I mean, yeah, if you spend all day short-term trading and that's your way of making income, fine. But I don't know. I don't know. If you have anything else to do, you should do something else, is what I think. So the 5 minute, so the 5 minute chart, you could have at this point right here, you would have said that's a downtrend. So you could have shorted Bitcoin, and then when it hit a 9, that would have been your buy signal. So to sell your short position, and you would have made a little bit of a profit there. But then you would have gotten into the trade here, and then you would have hit your stop loss at this point if you were trying to go up with that upswing. So to me, I wouldn't short-term trade this because this to me looks like a bull flag here. So you got a flagpole and a flag. That's what it looks like to me. And so when the flag finishes, you expect the size of the pole to repeat, something like that. I think the 15-minute chart is going to drift into this average. The average is going to pick it up and it's going to take off. And I think the 30-minute chart has the same pattern, and this 30-minute chart is way above these moving averages. So I think it's just going to allow the count to reset. And so if this finishes in 7 minutes with a red 1, then that is sufficient to reset the count and relieve it of its exhaustion going up. And that might be relatively around the time, within a couple 15-minute periods, we might gently collide into this average, and this 20 period moving average might pick up we could go down into it, or it could, kind of swoop under it and pick it up. And that might be the time where we end this flag part and go up the flagpole again. And if we do that, we're going to go to the all-time high in short order, because this is a move from 59.3 to 62.5. It's like a $3,000 move. And if we just look at our distance from the all-time high, we are currently at 62, and we need to get to 64.9. So that move will take us very much into the vicinity of the all-time high. So no, I don't see the point of a short-term trying to play a short-term trade here, because I mean, unless you meant buy it now and then wait till it hits the all-time high and sell it, but I wouldn't. I don't know what's going to happen after that. Like Willy Woo thinks it's going to maybe cross the all-time high and then liquidate the short-term speculators and then go back up. But I don't. The thing is, like, so let me show you on where I think it's just too exhausting to try to trade short-term time frames. And on the daily chart kind of tells you that tomorrow, if tomorrow gets this gigantic spike into the 9, that would be a strong daily buy signal. But I wouldn't feel comfortable calling it myself. Like, I would watch Tone, and particularly on short term, I would watch Tone and see what he thinks, whether it's a sell signal, whether it's a reliable sell signal. And he'll look at some oscillators that I don't know enough to talk about. But I would have been more interested in putting a little bit extra in when this took off bullish here. But even that wouldn't have gotten you anywhere, due to the fact that it turned freshly bullish in the very middle of the trend. I would have rather have gotten in at the beginning of a trend. Now, if this breaks this weekly resistance, then I think on the weekly and the monthly time frames, we're very poised. We're in very freshly bullish territory on a weekly and monthly time frame. So I wouldn't trade the short-term time frame. But if I had dry powder, yeah, I would. And this is not financial advice, but if I had some dry powder, I would put a little bit extra in, expecting the weekly or monthly trend to pick it up. Soap says, "Oh, it can be tampered with. They will find a way." And our power grid is attacked. Bye bye BTC. If you lose the power grid, my friend, then you don't want anything except food and guns. I mean, your cash, your gold, if the power grid is destroyed, you should get rid of your gold and you should get guns and food. Because the power grid going bye-bye doesn't just make Bitcoin go bye-bye, it makes civilization go bye-bye. Duke Man says Cardano is building offline transaction solution. Cool. I don't have time to pay attention to the altcoins now. I paid a lot of attention to them in 2017, and it just got too much. But Cardano is sort of like one of the ones that I hear a lot about, so it is on my radar. But it's not. But I don't personally have time to research altcoins. So I do like to follow a couple people, talk to some friends about it, and keep kind of in touch with some of the top ones that way. And Cardano is certainly one I hear about. George, Google Spy says, Soap, you just described all money. Right. All money is digital, basically. CMAP says, what is the government makes Bitcoin? I believe that means what if the government makes Bitcoin illegal, then launch CBDC, and then offer Bitcoin holders to convert to CBDC at a lower rate or lose it all. So the government can't ban Bitcoin. They can just ban the entryway to Bitcoin. So the government could ban like Coinbase from operating in the United States, or could ban you from, they could basically ban Americans from buying more Bitcoin. But they can't shut down Bitcoin because it's decentralized across the world. And I don't think they're going to do that. I think too much of the financial elite is putting their money into Bitcoin. I think that protects it from the government. I think Jay Powell probably owns Bitcoin. Duke Man says it's also why you need precious metal too. If the power grid goes away, you should have very small silver and very small gold coins, like real small gold coins, because there will probably be some trade, but you should have food and guns more than that. And bye any of the networks that you have. The only network that matters is the people that live in your local community who are going to grow food with you. Jeff Perriman says exactly. He's not a victim. He's doing it to himself. I wouldn't say that. I mean, we don't know what Mercola's experienced behind the scenes, but we do know that Mercola has been deplatformed by multiple big tech companies and has been openly bullied by the federal government. So I don't think it's fair to say he's not a victim, but I think he's not knowing if he has some scheme behind it. I think he's sort of behaving like a victim. Like he's taking on their bullying onto himself and becoming he's just sort of like it seems like he's just like adopting their bullying and identifying with it in a way. And so unless it's a marketing scheme that I don't understand yet, I don't understand why he would do that. Soap says our government doesn't want us to get rich. They also want us to be tracked. So I'm very skeptical about crypto. I mean, your US dollar is the dollar in your online banking account is very trackable. So I'm not sure why Bitcoin would make you more trackable than that. I mean, Bitcoin is not anonymous and it's not untrackable, but it's excuse me, it's more anonymous and less so the Bitcoin itself is very trackable, but you can anonymize yourself from the Bitcoin. And so it does allow anonymous transactions that, cash can allow anonymous transactions, but most transactions in the US dollar are not in cash. And so crypto allows more anonymity and more protection from tracing than like the normal digital US dollar. If you engage in anonymizing it correctly. Antonio Arias Velasquez says, I have a question. Do you think the Bitcoin price is going to drop more tonight? I mean, drop? I don't know what you're calling a drop, but this is the month. It's at the top of the month almost. This is the daily chart. I wouldn't call that dropping. It's dropping on, where do we go? 30-minute chart. Even the 30-minute chart, it looks like it's done dropping. So look at this on the 30-minute chart. I think this is where the action is right now. The 30-minute chart reset the count with this red one, and now that the red one came in and closed, this current 30-minute period has a lot more freedom to go up, and it looks like it might be rebuilding its steam. I think the action is also taking place on the 15-minute chart. So on the 15-minute chart, we're waiting for this to turn bullish or hit into this average, and it looks like it's not going to. Right now, it looks like it might be regrouping to turn bullish. And so I'm actually not sure why the green star doesn't come there, but none of these are confirmed bullish yet. But they're trying to build up that steam. So right now, the 5-minute chart is having trouble crossing this average, and so that seems to be what's going on. But I wouldn't bet on it going down. I think that is a crazy bet. It might go down, but I wouldn't bet on it. I'd happily bet on it going up rather than it going down if I had to pick. Google Spy says to Soap, the government made gold illegal for decades. LOL. Yeah, the government did make gold illegal for decades. But gold wasn't decentralized. If you owned gold, you owned the gold. Government could come and say, "Give me your gold." But Bitcoin is decentralized in a way that gold is not. So the government can tax the hell out of you for Bitcoin gains. It's not. It's just treating it as any other capital gains. Although, I mean, you could argue that that's taxing the hell out of you, but they're not. They're not taxing 100% of your capital gains. They could tax 100% of your capital gains if they wanted to destroy you, but I don't understand how they're going to do that. Like that would represent, like who's taking over the world? BlackRock. BlackRock owns Bitcoin, right? So I think getting Bitcoin is like buying houses. If you want to own a house, you should probably. I mean, granted, the housing market. I'm actually shorting the housing market. I have a small position in This is not financial advice. I have a very small position in SRS, which is a leveraged inverse of ITB, which is an ETF of the housing market. And so I'm shorting the housing market, so because the prices are going to come down. But if you think you might want to own a house in 2030, when BlackRock is currently working on you owning nothing and being happy by 2030, then you should probably buy that house you want before BlackRock buys it, because BlackRock's not going to sell it to you. They're going to rent it to you because you're going to own nothing and be happy. So I don't remember why I was saying that. Oh, I think it was about the comment that gold. Um, oh, I remember. It was because I think BlackRock is buying Bitcoin and buying all the houses. So if you want to own Bitcoin or own houses, you got to buy them before BlackRock buys them all. I think that's the that's the thing. Um, by the way, I'm a big believer. I wish that this is something beyond my bandwidth, but I wish that we could make an ETF that is designed. It's like a charitable ETF. It's a save the world from the Great Reset ETF. And what it does is it just buys the Great Reset. So it buys BlackRock, it buys carbon credits, it buys oil. I have this is not financial advice, but I own some oil, which is basically a bet that the COVID lockdowns have totally screwed the world's energy supply. Um, which I think is true. I think the price of oil is going to keep going up. But anyway, just buy all the stuff that would profit from the Great Reset and then drive all the profits into funding local grass-fed farmers, right? Just their goal is to destroy the cattle farmers, right? And have everyone um, renting everything from BlackRock or some sharing economy company that BlackRock mostly owns, and getting a conditional basic income in their CBDC wallet if they liked the right tweets and they, you know, did a facial scan of someone telling you true or false, men can get pregnant too, and the facial scan sees whether you rolled your eyes or laughed. And depending on all these things, you get your allotment of conditional basic income. There will be, in my speculation, there will be no universal basic income. We don't have UBI, we have CBI coming, conditional basic income. And then with that, you'll buy your Beyond Meat veggie burger, and all the cattle farmers will be dead. And so what we do is we buy the Great Reset, we profit from the Great Reset, take the profits, and buy grass-fed beef. Right? I think that's I think we should do that. Someone else, I can't do it. Someone should do that. Soap says Google spies. Okay, so why wouldn't they do everything in their power to ruin our investments in crypto one day? I mean, they could, right? But I don't think they're going to do it right now because the financial elites are heavily investing in Bitcoin. Um, and I kind of think that in my speculation, I feel like all these people in the government are probably on Bitcoin too, and they know that they're kind of in between the rock and a hard place. They know that what they have to do to keep this system working is ultimately leading to its destabilization, and so they also want their life raft from the wreckage that they're causing. Um, and so I think they all own Bitcoin. I think they're not in a position to ban it now. Would that change if they come out with the CBDCs and they find some other way to profit, and then they have some insider knowledge spreads around to the whales that are politically connected that they're going to destroy Bitcoin, or going to destroy crypto, and we're all going to now move into this other thing? I mean, that's conceivable, but I don't see that as being in the next couple of years. I see that as maybe being a 10-year threat. But even still, like, the Bitcoin price only depends on the whales and the hedge funds right now, because the whales and the hedge funds are the big changes of people getting into it. But as the whales sold off in this last crash, just look at like people who do on-chain analysis like Willy Woo or Will Clemente. who writes for Anthony Pompliano's Pomps, P-O-M-P newsletter. When the whales dumped, like Bitcoin in the first half of this was a pump and dump. And as the whales dumped, the new users of Bitcoin just kept coming on the network straight up. The only people who didn't change what they're doing was the little guy who just kept buying little tiny bits of Bitcoin straight up through the whole thing. User growth just kept going up and up and up. And so a lot of the people that are outside the dollar network are the people who really are going to go to Bitcoin. You know, like the highest Bitcoin ownership is in Nigeria. And Nigeria's, I haven't followed the news on it, but I recently saw that a couple months ago, Nigeria was saying by some date you're not going to be able to use your bank account anymore if you don't get vaccinated, right? So a lot of the people, and before that anyway, a lot of these countries, like if people were trying to send remittances from the United States, not only would the bank take a big cut, but then there would be thugs outside the bank that were ready to take half your cash when you walked out with it. And so a lot of the work in the developing world has been around Bitcoin in just enabling remittance payments from family in the developed countries. You know, family in America sending money back to Nigeria, for example, just enabling that to be free from banks and government and thugs, and that the whales can dump everything, and if the whole world continues to buy up Bitcoin, then by the time that the whales try to pull something where they're all switching out of it, I don't think they're going to be the singular people who can drive the price anymore. So I think that's something to keep an eye on, but I don't think that's like, I'm not worrying about that right now. Andre says Bitcoin is so far the best tool to fight tyrannical power. It's still not perfect, but we're working on it. It's a technology and advances. Its biggest flaw is it's not completely private. I mean, I basically agree with that, although I do think that I think Bitcoin itself, through other second layer technologies, will solve the privacy thing, I think. Duke Man says, I don't hold Cardano now because I made bad decisions, but yes, Cardano is one of my favorite projects. Cool. Google Spies says, so because if enough people ignore them, they can't stop it. I think that's kind of what I was saying in more detail just now. GCams474 says, great stream, Chris. Thanks. On your day off, you're eclipsing many popular crypto moonboy channels. Don't know how I've missed Tone's MRI. Huge. Cool. Google Spy says, soap alcohol is legal because enough people disobeyed the government and their BS rules. Yeah, I mean, so there's this great sign from the march against the mandates yesterday. Let me see if I can bring it up here. Here it is. So I'll text it to myself. Bring it up here. Close this. All right, so the sign says compliance is the food of the insatiable tyrant. If you don't draw your line in the sand, your world becomes a desert. So people ask me, how far is this going to go? It's going to go as far as you comply with. When will it end? It will end when you stop complying. Frustrated Cowgirl says of the Mercola thing, yes, if marketing, it's a pretty extreme move. Hi, yes, genius, smart guy. It might be. I mean, Mercola's been around for a while. Mercola knows how to market. He knows how to market better than I do, that's for sure. Soap says, can we go back to 2010? Things weren't so censored back then. Unfortunately, the world is changing, and there's no way around that. And you better be a part of the way the world is changing. Otherwise, it's going to change without your input. So, no, we can't go back to 2010. But we can determine whether in 2030 you'll own anything or not. All right? You can't go back to 2010. But we can tell the WEF what's up for 2030. Link says, kinda a Ponzi, though. I don't see how Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme any more than any other tradable asset. Like, the only reason that gold's price goes up is because people are trading gold. The gold price would be a lot lower if people didn't trade it. And yeah, it has some intrinsic baseline value based on jewelry, but that value isn't $1,700 an ounce. It's a lot lower than that. So every tradable asset is a Ponzi scheme by that logic, because every tradable asset's price is derived from the fact that people are trading it because they expect it to go up in price. Every single tradable asset that's true of. Maxime says Mercola's site is down. Where do we find those articles? Is that true? Mercola.com. How do you figure Mercola's site is down? I got a pop-up here. You have 48 hours to access the content before it's gone. Subscribe to my newsletter. Maybe this is, I mean, it does make sense. You should be promoting your newsletter if you're afraid that you're going to get taken down. I've been doing that. That's why I've been promoting my email, because I wouldn't say no one can take my email, but it's way harder to take email away than get someone off. And Mercola's site's right here. But email, I think, is the most censorship. It's the most deplatforming resistant thing you can have. And even though in theory you could get deplatformed by email, which would be way harder. I mean, you can get deplatformed from MailChimp. I'm on ConvertKit. I trust ConvertKit more than I trust anything. I'm definitely more than MailChimp, but probably more than any other big email company. But they could take your email list, but you can always just download your CV, download a CSV of your emails once a month if you're very scared of that. But it would be so much harder to take away your email, even just deplatforming you from the email provider, compared to deplatforming you to getting you out of the Google search or taking down your YouTube channel. So he should be promoting his emails, but I don't know. I don't see why you say his site's down. His site seems up. Irv Patton says Bitcoin is the basis of financial freedom, and we're fighting for YouTube as a private company. It really sucks, but I still watch YouTube because there's good stuff like you on it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I honestly think, I don't like Facebook and Instagram censoring me, but I think big tech has been relatively resistant to the federal government's bullying. I mean, last I looked, Mercola was still on Instagram, and the big tech was called out by the White House press secretary specifically on how they were doing bad by not all universally deplatforming the Dirty Dozen. But here he is on Instagram, 393,000 followers. So, compared to Telegram, who believes in free speech but got rid of the Putin opposition's electoral tools on Telegram because Putin asked him to. My general sense of big tech is Google, which owns YouTube, is happily compliant. Facebook and Instagram are reluctantly compliant, and Twitter is telling them to F off. And I think Dorsey, who's the CEO of Twitter, is anti-censorship. I think the Twitter safety committee is SJW nutcases, and so I think Dorsey and them are at loggerheads a lot. And I think Facebook and Instagram, I think they're kind of dragging their feet, just trying to do enough to claim that they're doing the government's bidding. Um, and so I don't like what they're doing, but they don't strike me as being super active in trying to, like, their reaction to Psaki saying, "How is it possible you haven't universally deplatformed the Dirty Dozen?" wasn't to be like, "Oh yes, man, we'll go deplatform the Dirty Dozen." They're just dragging their feet and doing some. It's sort of like when I was in New Orleans. It was a law that you had to wear, or a mandate or whatever, that you had to wear a mask in all public settings, even outside. But no one wore masks outside. And the only what I went on a couple food tours, and we had to take pictures with our masks on, and then we could take the masks off. And the reason we had to take pictures was because the tour guide companies had to send in compliance paperwork to show that they had people in masks, otherwise they could lose their tour guide licenses. And so I feel like Facebook and Instagram sort of doing that. They're like trying to generate enough censorship that if the government gets on their case, they can be like, "Oh, look, we deplatformed these people. We put these warnings up here. We took down this over here." But they're not running out to deplatform you. Whereas Google, I think, is still beholden to a profit motive, and they know that they lose profit when they censor too much. But they seem to be very happily going along with the idea of having a council of medical information policing and taking people off the search results according to it. Jeff, I don't have much opinion on Ethereum, ADA, and SHIB. I know that a lot of people that I respect are big fans of ADA. It's too complicated for me and too much mental bandwidth for me to follow all the am I sharing this? No. It's to follow all the altcoins. But I do know that Willy Woo said in his newsletter that there's some on-chain analysis suggesting that Ethereum may start to take off relative to Bitcoin relatively soon. But the Ethereum, and I do own a small amount of Ethereum. I don't know why I'm going to the 1-year chart. I didn't need to do that. So the monthly chart has a resistance line up here. It got near it a couple times, didn't get up to it, and it hit a 9 on the month and turned into a confirmed monthly down count. So Ethereum relative to Bitcoin doesn't look great. And I went through this before, and the last time, let's see, this down arrow symbol will be in the last point that it hit. The numbers, TradingView doesn't allow the numbers to go all the way back. I don't think it's ever hit a monthly 9 before, ever. Because I think that would be represented by a red arrow over here somewhere. And then on the weekly chart, same thing happened. It's now in a weekly confirmed downtrend after hitting this 9 over here. And the last time that it hit a 9, this is Ethereum versus Bitcoin. Last time it hit a 9, it went down for many weeks until it hit a 9 on the downside. It bounced up to the resistance line, bounced down to the support line, broke the resistance line, lost steam, and then only like, what is this? This is from August 2020 to March 2021. It's like 9 months ish later. I didn't do the calculation, but like relatively 3/4 of a year later, it took for it to break out again. And so this weekly 9 on Ethereum, it doesn't look good to me. Now, I know that Raoul Pal, who I follow for investment advice, thinks that Ethereum is more bullish than Bitcoin. And I know Willy Woo says that Ethereum might break out relative to Bitcoin, um, given on-chain analysis, but this price chart just looks terrible to me. And so I have in my notes, um, sell my Ethereum to buy Bitcoin ? And that's that remains a question mark for me. So right now I don't have much Ethereum. It's a little bit, so I'm just holding it for now. So says, to frustrate Cowgirl, I'd pay a lot of money to go back to 2006. I think they're talking about censorship, but it would be worth paying some money to time travel back enough to buy some Bitcoin back then. Because what was Bitcoin worth in 2006? 2000, well, let's go to the yearly chart. 2006 was pre-Bitcoin. What am I thinking of? Bitcoin was made after the 2008 crash. I wouldn't go back to 2006, but I might go back to 2009 and buy a lot of Bitcoin. Susie CD says, glad you chose to engage with your fans and during the discussion. Thanks, me too. Frustrated Cowgirl says, LOL, just for fun, money I have to lose. Well, generally speaking, most people would say you shouldn't invest any money you can't afford to lose in anything. Sandra says, Chris, you should do this hangout party more often and do random topics on your mind. I like the mood here. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. We'll see. Andrew, starting tomorrow, I got to get back to my major, critically, globally important paper on vaccines and transmission, which I'm collaborating with an immunologist on to publish in peer review. And then we're going to release the preprint as soon as that's ready. And then I'm going to write my blog and reference back to the preprint. Andrew, I agree it's impossible to tell what the high of price of Bitcoin will tell. There's a lot of speculation. Irv Patton says, I've learned to try not to predict crypto prices, but do plan to go all in too. Yeah, I don't try to do much predicting the future. I'm just very specifically predicting that overnight tonight, at some point, we're going to get an all-time high. And I think it's well poised to do it sooner than later. Can't prove that, but I think right now the main action, so I think the main action is really on the 15-minute and 30-minute charts. I was saying before, the 15-minute might drift into this average that's coming, and maybe the average picks it up. And the 30-minute chart, I don't think is going to do that. The average is too far away. But you can already see that, right? There's this decline, and now it's just consolidating. Like the 30-minute wicks. So our center is kind of drifting upward, but not really going anywhere. But look at how the highs are coming down towards the center. The lows are coming up towards the center. This to me means that it's just going to get narrower and narrower until it sort of reaches the narrowest point and then busts out. That's what I think happens. And I'm not a trader, and this is not financial advice, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Andrew says, I'm all in. The best strategy is hodl and not try and time it. Yeah, I agree. Well, so listen, so I agree with that, but from obsessively watching Tone Vays, and this is Tone Vays' MRI indicator here, wouldn't be fair to not shout out Tone Vays while I'm using his indicator on. And of course, he's not responsible for anything I say or any errors I make in interpreting his indicator. All errors are my own. All value of the indicator comes from Tone. So timing it. So what I did at the break of 10K and the break of 20K was I set up various levels of confidence that were in the breakout based on different time frames. So I looked at the resistance and the behavior on the 1-minute chart, the 5-minute chart, the 15-minute chart, the 3-minute chart, the 30-minute chart, 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, 1 day, 1 week. And I basically said, I have this allotment of cash. And when I'm confident that, when I'm 10% confident that we're actually at the breakout of the 10K rather than going to bounce down or just consolidate forever, I'll put 10% in. When I'm 20% confident, I'll get 20%. And I use the short-term signals as they built up. Because the way I see it, oftentimes the long-term signal might just be consolidating and going nowhere, and it's waiting for the short-term signals to pile up on top of each other as turning bullish, and then if all the short-term charts all amass to a bullish stance, when the daily chart is about to break out, then that pushes the day up. That's how I see it happen. And I was able to use the short-term trading to, in a very safe way, in installments, put half of what I have in at 10K and half at the break of 20K as my confidence around that started building up. Andre says, last thing I thought I'd see is Chris doing TA in the 1-minute chart, LOL. Well, I would never try to trade the 1-minute chart. I would never try that. I think people who trade the 1-minute chart are animals. I know they exist. I think if you trade the 1-minute chart, it should be with a bot. That's what I think. Andrew says, to frustrate cowgirl, as long as you're willing to hold long term, if we hit a bear market, you'll be fine. So, that's my perspective and it's not financial advice, but my perspective is if your time horizon is 2 years or longer, then based on all past experience, the price will go up. If you bought at the peak of the 2017 bubble, which kind of took you into 2018, then maybe it's not 2 years, but 2.5 years. Pretty much any 2.5 year period, you would be up. You would not be risking losing that money. Now, if Bitcoin dies, that is a risk. So you shouldn't invest anything that you can't afford to lose, because everything has a risk of going to zero or going to close to it. Everything does. But the probability is in your favor if you have a 2 to 3 year time horizon. Jeff Perriman says, can you recommend a book to teach how to read graphs and do technical analysis in Coinbase Pro? I wouldn't use Coinbase Pro for technical analysis. I would use TradingView, because TradingView, you have access to, I don't know whether TradingView is open source, but it's the extensions is kind of in an open source type environment where anyone can make their own script to integrate. And so you can integrate all these different things that different people make. And so I think TradingView is the ideal place to go to actually do the analysis. But I haven't read any books, and so I don't know what books to recommend. I probably put some books in my notes from people, but I would say I kind of learn by in indirect ways and osmosis for a lot of things. Like, I learned a lot of my background knowledge. I learned molecular genetics by reading the introductions to papers on dioxin a long time ago. But I would say that I found a lot of value for short-term trading in Tone's, just watching Tone's channel. And if you want to dump the money into his indicator, which I wouldn't do unless you consider that money kind of a minor expense, something something that, like, if you would pay that same amount of money to take a class, do it. But but anyway, it comes with a 6-hour video on um, how to use it that covers a lot of peripheral trading advice. And then a lot of what I've gotten otherwise is from Real Vision, and Real Vision is not really an introductory platform, but they often run introductory events. So they have I think they've done 2 festivals of learning, and I've gotten a lot of benefit just from listening to traders talk about how they manage risk and how they manage the risk of their psychology and emotions, which I think is just as important as the technical analysis. Um, so those are who I've learned from, but I haven't learned from any books, so I can't recommend any. I don't know what to recommend. And I emphasize that I don't know that much about trading. I mean, a lot of the people that follow me on Twitter know more about trading than I do. Not to mention any of the people that I just mentioned know thousands more times more about trading than I do. Frustrated Cowgirl says, "What app do I use?" I've mostly used Coinbase, but or unless you're talking about the technical analysis, that's TradingView. I don't know if Coinbase is the best place to buy Bitcoin, but that's where I bought it. Frustrated Cowgirl says, "Look like it is run. I'll see what will happen in about 5 hours." I don't know if you're talking about Bitcoin, but um, so 30-minute chart is kind of dropping now, but not not that much. And oh, this is interesting. So I told you maybe what will happen is the 15-minute chart would fall into that average. And look at this. So I think the real question of whether we get out of this consolidation here is do we bounce off this average in the 15-minute chart? If we tank through it, then who knows what's going to happen. But if we bounce off that, I think that would be really positive in the short term. Andrew says it might take some time, like a few days or a few weeks, to see the impact of the ETFs. Yeah, could. Duke Man says it's a future ETF, not a spot ETF, so I don't see the direct price impact. So I think that even when there's no direct price impact, I think that the speculative interest is going to drive up the price, and I think other people drive into spot. Like right now, the ETF's not there, and the price is going up. Why? Because speculation about the ETF is drawing in direct inputs into buying actual Bitcoin. So that's so the price is impacted. Um, Price impacts are more about the psychology of the marginal investor than they are about the actual like total cash flow. Geek Addict says, "Will you hodl or trade at the top and buy back in?" The top of what? If you're talking about the top of the daily upswing we're in right now, I'm holding. I held through. I got in. Everything I have in was in by 20K, and I just held the whole thing through the upswing, through the drop. But at the end of the bull cycle, I'm going to sell a quarter of my Bitcoin and put it all into a capital investment in my business, and then I'm going to generate some percentage of the profits from that. Um, and I'm going to buy Bitcoin all the way down the bear market so that by the bottom of the bear market, I've recuperated all the Bitcoin that I sold, or maybe then some. Meanwhile, have gained a massive capital investment into my business. And probably that's going to take the form of creating a nutrition tracking app that fixes the problems of the ones that I see, but also is aligned with my brand and with my book. Chrissy says about Mercola, yes, he's playing into the bullying. You would too if you had a gun held to your head. I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I was in his position, but I hope that this is a marketing ploy to rile up his base against censorship and not. I don't like what he said about these people have too much power and I'm appeasing them, and we can't fight the cyber. What did he say? They have an arsenal of overwhelming tools at their disposal and are actively engaged in using them. Sadly, cyber warfare and authoritarian forces are beyond our abilities to withstand, and this is now the only way forward. I don't like that statement. Cyber warfare and authoritarian forces are beyond our abilities to withstand. That's not true. They are not beyond our abilities to withstand. So if this is a marketing scheme to rile up his base in a fight against the censorship, I think that's great. But I don't like this message that this is beyond our ability to withstand. That's not a good message, and it's not true. Andre says you need to go to Tone Vay's channel and talk about his meat, eggs, kiwi, and avocado diet. Tone would probably have me on. I talked to Tone a little bit. Probably hang out with him when he's back in the city. Paradoxical Axiom says, how high do you feel? I actually just feel hungry. I feel like I should go make some food and get a glass of wine. Andrew says, I'm not getting into this alt talk. Google Spy says, are crypto ETFs a good investment? I don't know. I don't want to answer that question because I don't know how this is going to play out between GBTC and the ETF. Like if the ETF is just futures, then maybe people will stay in GBTC because it's not an ETF. But I think with GBTC is harder to trade, like not so like I have GBTC in a TIA-CREF account. And because it's sold over the counter and it's not ETF, they don't allow you to put stop losses in and various stuff that they would allow you to do with normal stocks and they would allow you to do with an ETF. So whereas I have a Charles Schwab account that I don't use much anymore, but they do allow you to place stops on GBTC. So it's very hit or miss who you're using for an account and how. But I don't understand the mechanics enough of how the futures ETF would impact the GBTC price. But I think it's better to hold. I am personally choosing to hold GBTC in my retirement account where I can't buy Bitcoin directly and to otherwise hold Bitcoin. I'm not going to touch the BTC futures ETF, but I'm not the person to ask about that because I don't know jack about this. Paradoxical Axiom says, don't ask Chris Masterjohn for investment advice. That's very good advice, not to ask Chris Masterjohn for investment advice. Andrew's impressed with my crypto knowledge. Well, I know a little bit about Bitcoin. I know a little bit about price, but I don't have very impressive crypto knowledge. But thank you for that. Alex Lewis, there's still a lot of whales manipulating. So what? The whales are buying. Andrew says I wouldn't sell to me. I shouldn't sell my ETH to buy BTC. I don't know. It said question mark. I'm very skeptical I wouldn't do it now because a number of people that I very much respect are bullish about the medium term performance. And so I don't generally make trades unless the people I respect are aligned with the way I see it. So right now, the way I see the price chart is misaligned with the way a lot of other people see the fundamentals of the probable behavior. And so for that reason, I'm not going to make a trade based on my knowledge. So I generally don't make a trade unless what I see aligns with what the people I respect are saying. And generally that numerous people I respect all agree with each other. Andrew says ETH has a network effect and by far the most developed ecosystem. Yeah, I mean, I think the ecosystem is the thing that it has, but I think the way that I think that that has the potential to be out competed by second and third layer Bitcoin technologies, I think. And so I don't think that's written in stone that it has the network. But it could wind up like an Apple and Android thing too. Lucas Sunny says, Chris, what is your job? I don't know what you mean. My job is what you see me doing. My job is I educate you about science. Duke Man says to be himself. That's right. In the immortal words of Jay-Z, I'm not a businessman. I'm a business man. Andrew says Real Vision is awesome. Listening to Raoul Pal talk about the exponential age is so inspiring. Yeah, I think Raoul's fantastic. I mean, Raoul is one of the reasons that I went irresponsibly long Bitcoin. Like I've been in Bitcoin for long before I ever knew who Raoul Pal is, um, hit Raoul Pal coining the phrase irresponsibly long. And also, Raoul and Anthony Pompliano, both made a point that I had never really thought of until I heard it from both of them. I heard it from Pomp first, and then Raoul reiterated it, which is the financial people always talk about diversification, but diversification preserves wealth and concentration grows wealth. No one ever got rich diversifying. And so I heard Pomp make that point first, and then Raoul made like a whole PDF on it, and um, and he gave a bunch of examples of people who became rich by betting the whole farm on one thing. And sometimes that was their business, or sometimes they had a capital pool that it was a specific trade. Um, like the bulk of Soros's vast um, army of dollars came from shorting the British pound, um, which actually wasn't his idea. It was Stan Druckenmiller's idea. And Soros was like, yeah, you got the go ahead to put all of our money into that and leverage the hell out of it. um, and then Michael Saylor gave me the idea of holding my business treasury of Bitcoin. And so my logic was if I raise a pool of capital to give me free time to finish my book, but that can triple if I put it in Bitcoin, then I should put it in Bitcoin so that I have 3 times as much time to work on my book. Um, and then I heard Michael Saylor on someone's podcast who was also with someone else who I didn't even know who they were, who said he didn't own dollars anymore. And so it's like those few things came together to make me put basically my treasury into Bitcoin. Lucas Sunny says, I love you, Chris. Talk your shit, man. I love you. Thank you. Andrew M says, major props to you, Chris. I've been watching your videos on health nutrition for many years, and it's so cool to hear you talk about crypto. Thanks, man. Andrew M, thanks for your quality research. I've learned so much from your stuff. Thank you. Jerry Levin says, totally off topic here. What is your opinion on the new malaria vaccine, 5 doses designed for infants, most likely to be mandated? I don't know anything about that, so sorry about that. I skipped a bunch of messages, a bunch of comments when I put the Mercola video on, and I went down to see the Mercola comments, and so I skipped over a lot of questions. I'm going to go try to find those to answer them. Oh, I found it. Okay. So Gene Brandon says, do you mess with XRP? They're battling the SEC right now too. I think anyone who's battling the SEC over selling unlicensed securities is going to lose the battle. But let's take a look at the Ripple chart, which I never. Okay, so let's see, XRP. USD. Let's look at dollars and then Bitcoin. We're on the 15-minute. That's silly. Let's go to the month. Well, it looks like its happy time was way back in 2017, and then it had a little bit of happy time here. I mean, I guess you could say it's not really doing anything logical from the MRI. I guess you could say that maybe it's going to get supported by this average and do something later, but it's not doing that now. On the week, looks like its happy time. This is that monthly happy time we saw there. Look how useful Tone's MRI indicator is, right? So on the week, you got up to an 8, and it's gonna. You don't see this here. You see it over here, but during week 8, it gave you a warning candle and it said, "Heads up, we might be exhausting the price." And then the 9, where you got the sell signal, was as high, almost at the top here, right? Like this is the swing high, and this is the swing high of the 9. So you're up here when you get the sell signal, and then in that week it plunges all the way down to lose most of its gains during that cycle, and it basically never goes up again until a couple months after that when it tries. It breaks through the average, it falls down to the average, it's supported by, but it's not really doing anything now. So you would have had a great Ripple trade if you were around when the weekly chart went bullish and you were using the MRI indicator here, and you could have bought it here, gotten in here, and then when the warning candle came up, moved your stop loss, to here or to here, or just sold it if you didn't trust it and gotten out of that trade. And daily chart doesn't look interesting at all. I don't know. Maybe this is maybe that's yeah, I don't know. So then we could look at versus Bitcoin. So these altcoins you always want to look at versus Bitcoin, because Bitcoin floats all the altcoins. And so the real question is not, is the thing going up? It's because you're not diversifying across crypto when you're diversifying. I mean, diversifying across cryptos isn't really diversifying, because Bitcoin is the rising tide that lifts all the altcoin boats. And so I guess you should diversify your altcoins if you're trying to get like new altcoins that have small market caps that have big upside. That should be diversified. But you're not, but you're still in the crypto asset class. And I think if Bitcoin is the rising tide that lifts all altcoin boats, you could diversify for a greater reward of a small market cap altcoin, but you don't need to. Like, you are in the thing that lifts the tide of the crypto asset class. So anyway, this XRP versus Bitcoin doesn't look very compelling. It spent a long time doing nothing but go down versus Bitcoin, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything different now. So the monthly chart is in a confirmed down count and has crossed the 20-period moving average, which you might have vaguely expected some support from. And the weekly, so look, this is interesting. The weekly chart went down to a 9 buy signal, sprung up on the buy signal, crashed into this descending moving average, and then faltered and is now in a confirmed weekly down count. But you are hitting, you're not hitting anything interesting. So you got a couple more weeks of downside in that trend. You do have a support line there that maybe will save it from something. And on the daily chart, you went down for your buy signal. You had a 2-candle correction to the downtrend, hit this cluster of moving averages that just crossed, and now you're at towards the end of a confirmed daily down count. So maybe you're going to get another little boost of the 1-day chart up to this average and then crashed down further. The Ripple looks like shit to me. I don't know why the hell anyone would buy Ripple right now. That's not financial advice, but there's no way I would touch that with a 10-foot pole, especially not when they're in the middle of a battle with the SEC that they're almost certainly going to lose. Christopher Lefebvre says, was that Dave Ramsey, the famous financial guy? I doubt that, but Dave can speak for himself. Chrysaeus says, LOL, my name's pronounced Chrysaeus. You didn't capitalize the emphasis. Is it Chrysaeus? Or is it Chrysaeus? Or is it Chrysaeus? I don't know what language your name comes from, but like if it was Greek, it might be like Chrysaeus or something. But I don't know if that's a name, but Alexia says, where did Alexa's comment go? I don't know. I think some new messages came in, and now I lost the message stream where I was. Okay. Is this it? Okay. Martine Reed says, I've talked to older investors who have been recently scared into buying gold because the dollar is going to crash. Same people pumping Bitcoin are selling gold. Same people pumping Bitcoin are selling gold to these unsophisticated investors. I don't think it's a bad idea to have some gold, but I think it's kind of crazy to put all your money in gold. Andre says, I put all my stimulus money into crypto this year. Probably one of the best places I could have put it. I think a lot of people did that. Duke Man never expected Chris Masterdon to talk about Bitcoin. Yeah, I talk about Bitcoin on Twitter a lot, actually. Jan 2852, Fed's now trying to collect from new taxes to pay printed money deficit. 600 bank transaction audits soon driving tax pilot program. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with the taxes, but they're certainly getting in your business with that. Martine Reed says, what about the pump in February, March 2017 when all the trolls thought they were going to get paid for their work 2015 to 2017 and soon dumped? So, okay, Martine, let's look at the 2017. So February, March 2017. This is XRP. Let's go to Bitcoin. So let's go to the monthly chart. And Martine is saying, what about February, March 2017 when they thought they were going to get paid? So February, March 2017 is right here. I think if you got in then, you're doing great. So February 2017, the price was around $1,000, and that turned into $20,000 by the end of that cycle. So if you sold some, you're up 20x. And then even if you waited till the bottom of January 2019, it fell to 4,000 very briefly, but you're still 4 times higher than you were in February, March 2017. So I don't see how that's an argument for the pump and dump being anything other than a short-term concern. Jan 2852, you hit the nail on the head. Paper money is tax evasion. U.S. in deep debt. They don't want people to pay up. Yeah, I mean, whole neighborhoods in New York City only do cash because they want to evade taxes. When I was 16, I was a waiter at Friendly's, and I was trained. That was back before everyone paid with credit cards, and this is how I was trained. You get $2.50 an hour plus tips. You take your wad of cash, you count it up for yourself. How much of that do you need to bring yourself up to $5.25, the minimum wage? And you write down that that's what your tips were, and then you pocket the cash. And so you evaded all the taxes on everything that went over minimum wage in your tips. Everyone did that. They trained you to do that. And so, but who is a waiter at Friendly's? It's not billionaires. So they're not coming after billionaires. They are coming after the little guy, the peasants. And the ESG, environmental sustainable growth, will all be about coming after the peasants. You can see that from the way the European Union had their gas tax and exempted private jets. The hell is that? That's feudal lords taking the peasants' stuff for themselves. All global economic policy is all the feudal lords taking this for themselves, taking the peasants' stuff for themselves. Duke Man says there's no free money. The higher the APY from your yield farming, the higher the inflation and downward pressure on your tokens. I guess he's debating DeFi with someone. Craigie Broad, you should talk about crypto more often. Probably not, but it's off day, and I still think Bitcoin is very well put. So I don't know if it's going to happen while we're on this video. It would be crazy if I could hold out for it. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna have to get food and a glass of wine. I'm gonna have to get real easy to eat food, like snack bars or something. But so this is what's going on with the price right now. It's looking very good to me. It's looking very good. So this, the 30-minute chart tried to drop right here, and now it's flattening out again. So look at how flat this is, right? It tried to escape this flattening out. I'm blowing it up so it looks a little bit less flat, but this is just consolidating right here. And so I think it's just getting ready to explode, in my view. And remember, I said the 15-minute chart might bounce off this average. That's exactly what it did. 15-minute chart found support at this average. Maybe it's going to come to dip it again. This average is starting to flatten out. But I think this average is looping in to catch this 15-minute chart and bring it up. Kiki Cool says Bitcoin's just a psyop to promote adoption and switch you to Fedcoin. When they reset you literally, the reset you literally loan nothing. That makes no sense to me. I mean, Fedcoin is meant for you to spend. No one spends their Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is doing nothing to get anyone used to spending CBDCs. Everyone is spending their digital US dollar, not their crypto. Duke Man says once CBDC come out, people will be even more interested in decentralized crypto because they will understand they have no real ownership of their Fedcoin. I agree. Like Raoul Pal said, Bitcoin will be the life raft of freedom in the sea of CBDC behavioral economics. Sandra says, is it like dropping in on a random party as a high schooler? Pretty sure I don't fit in, but I'm interested just the same. Welcome. I'm a very welcoming person at my parties. Jeff Perman says, looking for financial info, no conspiracy. Okay, Jeff, I need to teach you a lesson about conspiracy. So first of all, number one, conspiracies exist, and this is not even remotely controversial. For example, most recently, the feds busted people on Instagram selling fake vaccine passports. What did they charge them with? Felony conspiracy charges. Mafia were convicted with conspiracy charges. People at the Capitol riot are being prosecuted with conspiracy charges. So people in normal life commit conspiracies all the time and are routinely prosecuted and charged and convicted of conspiracy charges. So the government thinks that conspiracies exist. Now, the question, I guess, would be, do conspiracies exist in the government? Well, let's take a look at the definition of a conspiracy. And by the way, no one brought up conspiracies until you did. So since you brought up the topic, Jeff, conspiracy definition. A secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. So does the government ever have a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful? I mean, there are so many examples of this that are done by the government. Um, and harmful is subjective, right? So, for example, the assassination of Fred Hampton, who was a Black Panther. Um, and in fact, the government was convicted of conspiracy charges, I believe, if I remember right. Or not convicted, but um, had a civil suit. Let me pull this up. There's a movie about it too. Um, let's see if I can pull up the actual court case that happened over it. I don't know if this will have it. Well, so the History Channel says no one at that time could have imagined how high up the conspiracy went to target Hampton and cover up his murder. But I want to get to the court case. Um, so, two lawyers submitted a 200-page brief to the Seventh Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals linking the FBI to a conspiracy to, quote, subvert and eliminate the Black Panther Party and its members, thereby suppressing a vital radical black political organization. Here's the point. Okay, this is what I got to show you. So the government agreed to a settlement in 1982, paying $1.85 million to the families of Hampton and Clark and the other survivors of the 1969 raid, some of whom never fully recovered from their injuries. The Justice Department attorney said the settlement did not concede wrongdoing. However, G. Flint Taylor, an attorney for the plaintiffs, told reporters the settlement is an admission of the conspiracy that existed between the FBI and Hanrahan's men to murder Fred Hampton. And so anyway, but there are numerous other things. So like for example, no one doubts that the CIA and FBI engage in covert operations, which means that they're secret. The question is, do they ever do anything harmful? Well, they certainly do things unlawful. There have been many cases of that. Like the Iran-Contra affair was unlawful. There have been many assassination attempts by the CIA of world leaders that are unlawful. And there's assassinations of US citizens that are unlawful. Now, you can question whether they're harmful, but the government and those with like organizations within the government have done numerous totally non-controversial conspiracies to carry out illegal activities. So, number one, conspiracies exist. Number two, because conspiracies exist, a conspiracy theory is an actual type of theory, but has nothing to do with whether something is plausible or true or implausible and untrue. And so, conspiracy theory is a legitimate term to refer to a theory about a conspiracy, but it is not a legitimate means of dismissing anything. So if you dismiss something because it's a conspiracy theory, then you're not engaging in rational thought. You're engaging in irrational thought. But third of all, conspiracy theory has become a vacuous media buzzword over the course of 2020, where its definition has been expanded to include all kinds of things that are bizarre to dismiss. So, for example, lab leak as an origins of the COVID virus was dismissed as a conspiracy theory for a whole year, and it was banned from discussing on Facebook, and now it's considered a legitimate theory. So, in 2021, to use the word conspiracy theory, I realize you say conspiracy, not conspiracy theory, but to dismiss something based on it being a conspiracy theory in 2021 is to use a vacuous that signifies that you're essentially being brainwashed by the media to dismiss anything that disagrees with the mainstream media narrative as a conspiracy theory. So I highly suggest everyone purge conspiracy theory from their language altogether, because to use it as a term of dismissal, especially in 2021, is to reveal a serious lack of ability to independently think. If you say things like conspiracy theory, anti-vaxxer, far right, um, misinformation, disinformation, if you say these words, you are being brainwashed by the media. Um, you're just think about that. You're just hearing the phrase in one ear and then you're automatically regurgitating it out of the mouth to dismiss things that you don't consider because of things you passively took in about how they were implausible using these buzzwords. I mean, repeating these words from the media is like essentially becoming a robot that whose brain is not literally but is effectively connected, is like an output piece from the media narrative. Um, and B, don't come here for financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Don't listen to anything I'm saying about finance. This is a casual party watching the price of Bitcoin. Okay, speaking of the price of Bitcoin, it's still doing what I was suggesting. So now the question is this average going to hold? But it's repeatedly retesting this average. And if it keeps finding support here, then I think that bodes very well for the short-term time frame. And on 30 minutes, let's see what that's doing. 30 minutes, it's trying to tank, so it might not hold, but I really think that this I think we're just consolidating here to regroup. Christopher Lefebvre says, "Is this Chris Masterjohn, the health guy that's speaking?" Yeah, it's me. Martine Reed, if you think that the current banking scheme will allow any change to the system, you are delusional. Nicaragua has gone up against them for over 30 years, and they're just cut off from global banking. Well, I think Bitcoin is trying to undermine the current banking scheme. Susie CD says, "Good night. It's too late for a novice to jump on the crypto bandwagon." I don't know. I don't take financial advice from me. I don't give financial advice. But I think a novice should just be dollar cost averaging regardless of the price. I wouldn't I wouldn't try to time the market. I would just say, if you could afford $40 a week to invest in crypto and it's not going to detract from your ability to support your livelihood, put $10 a week in. Then don't even look at the price. Just put it in and put it in, put it in. But in order to not care about the price, you have to be not needing that money in the next 2.5 years. If you need the money in the next 2.5 years, I wouldn't put it into crypto. I would just save it as dollars, unless you're willing to gamble. I think what happens over a 2.5 year time frame is gambling. Duke Man says that's why decentralized crypto is building an alternative system. When there is money and value is created, businesses will come to it. I agree. Duke Man, countries that ban it will over time lose out that economic benefit. I agree. We City USA, Web City USA. I read Bitcoin is the best to buy. I'm not giving financial advice here. Giant2852 says, Martine, the feds will be forcing banks to audit $600 transactions. Will be interesting to see if banks push back. I see no reason to think the banks are going to push back. Did the banks push back on all the questions they had to ask people to sign up for an account after the Patriot Act? No. I don't see the banks. The banks have always done exactly what the IRS wanted them to, because it's a unified power structure. I think the banks like this stuff. Duke Man says now is late to get into Bitcoin. It's in the phase of its 4-year cycle. Over time, the cycle will change due to various factors. I see one bear market cycle like before. That's when real wealth can be made. I agree with that, but I think if you're a novice who knows nothing about trading, you should not be watching the price and making decisions based on the price. You should be dollar cost averaging. You should be dollar cost averaging money that you can afford to lose, and only money you can afford to lose. Andre says, please know that there is a Bitcoin and then there's crypto, altcoins. They're not the same. I mean, I'm not really into altcoins. They're interesting to me, but I can't follow it that deeply. So I mostly own Bitcoin. Google Spy, is there one service that allows you to buy every crypto? Well, there are numerous exchanges that sell like most cryptos. And you can actually buy a lot on Robinhood, but I don't know if you can buy all of them. Andre says the best way to buy Bitcoin is to buy in person for privacy reasons. If you don't care about it, then I mean that's real hard to do, but that's true if you want untraceability. Although there are, you can get away, buy it on an exchange and then sort of anonymize it in various ways, but I'm not the person to ask about that. Duke Man says before you buy any crypto, learn about the various crypto scams out there. That's very wise advice. Duke Man says people lose their entire fortune because they connect their wallet to phishing websites, give scammers their seed phrase, or fall for giveaway scams. I mean, yeah, if you have crypto in an exchange, you need to know how to not fall for phishing scams over email and text. That's for sure. Maxime says, do you think vaccine passports will be a reality in the US? Well, they're a reality in New York City right now. But I emphasize again, this will go as far as you comply with until you stop complying. And so if you comply your way into a vaccine passport, you're gonna have a national vaccine passport. Duke Man says the BTC COIBS itself can be tracked. I don't know what COIBs is. So I don't know. These are sophisticated software. If that they're just talking about the traceability of Bitcoin. I'll skip over that. Frustrated Cowgirl says we might get booted after shower, Dr. M. Not sure what you're saying. Showing, I hear it well. Oh, that's okay. So that was Mercola. That was when we got caught. So I'm caught up to the things I skipped over from Mercola. Now I'll try to get to the new stuff. First of all, what's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin is, let me show Bitcoin quick. So Bitcoin is, it was trying to tank there and it's flattening out again on the 30-minute chart. So, and then I guess what's the 15 doing? Is it holding that average? So it again tried to cross the average and came back up. So this average is catching it like I thought it might. The question is, as this average flattens out, does it keep going up there? And I think the fact that we're now hitting this average, now it's ready. I think it's ready. I like the 30-minute had to break this green count, and it did that way back here 2 hours ago. The 15-minute, I said maybe has to float into this average, and it's doing that now. So the question is, when does it really get going and bounce off of it? It might be doing that right now. The 15-minute chart looks like it's trying to gather steam. The 5-minute crossed this average and is trying to find support there. So I guess if the 5-minute can really find support in this average and break through this resistance would be the thing that would signal that we're taking off. All right, trying to find the new questions that I didn't skip over before. Okay, I found it. Yeah, okay, I found it. Andrew says XRP has been lagging but has been held back by the SEC case. XRP was actually the best performing asset in 2017, but and was also last to pop. Yeah, but 2017 was a long time ago. I don't see anything in XRP now. Andrew says, I think the use case for XRP is absolutely massive. Replace SWIFT and facilitate bank settlements. Yeah, but I'm not interested in XRP because I don't care about supporting the big banks. I want freedom from the big banks. I mean, Chase is very good to me, but it's not exciting for me to support a technology that's going to make Chase operate marginally better. It's just why would I be passionate about that? Brian Giles says off topic, but what's your thoughts on Ray Pete's ideas of sugar? I mean, I think that I don't like white sugar. I think that you should try from a micronutrient perspective. You should get, unrefined sugars. So I'm a fan of maple syrup and honey and dehydrated cane juice like Rapadura. But I think Pete's right that carbohydrates and even sugars have a lot of benefit that are kind of dismissed as just sugar being bad. So I don't agree with. There's not any topic that I totally agree with Ray Pete on, but I think he's worth reading and he's thought provoking. Brian Goss says, "Do you see it as good, bad for most?" I guess that means sugar. I think a lot of people would benefit from a higher carbohydrate diet that has some simple sugars in it, but I think that most people should avoid using white sugar. Andrew M says, remember when a stock is down, now is the best time to buy it for maximum profits, provide the asset has good fundamentals, of course. I mean, not necessarily. Like, if a price is currently going down, its trend is to go down more. And so it depends why you're buying it too. If you're trying to buy a cheap stock that you know makes good dividends, then that's good value investing. But uh, generally, momentum traders make more money than value investors do. And if you're confident that the dip is going to bounce, then that's true. But sometimes if it's dipping, it's going to keep dipping quite often. So, okay, so Chryseis, is that how you pronounce your name? Chryseis, it's Greek. Exactly. I guess exactly. I pronounce your name 3 different ways, but I guess exactly means the way I said it might be if it was Greek, which is like Chryseis. Chryseis. Is that right? Jerry Levin says the plebs will own nothing and be happy. Bald Santa Claus. Yeah. Andrew says, what do you think of Joe Rogan calling out Sanjay Gupta for CNN's misreporting the type of ivermectin he was taking? I thought it was funny. I saw the clip. I didn't watch the interview, but I saw the clip, and he should have called him out because that's utter BS calling it horse dewormer when he's taking ivermectin meant for humans. That was a total BS move, and I guess Sanjay's not the one who said it, but it was nice to see him admit that CNN shouldn't have said that because BS. Alex Lewis says MK Ultra is a great example. Yeah, I mean MK Ultra would be at the top of the list to think about conspiracies. I just happen to bring up well, it was easier for me to explain how the assassination of a U.S. citizen was obviously illegal, and there was a court case convicting it about it. But I think MK Ultra, I'm sure a lot of stuff would probably be illegal in that, but at a minimum, a lot of people would consider it harmful, and it was certainly done as a secret conspiracy and very well verified by the Senate Church Committee. Alex Lewis says Operation Mockingbird. So I forgot. I've heard that a lot, but I don't know as much about it. Operation Mockingbird recruited leading American journalists into propaganda network and influenced the operations of front groups. So that was also investigated in the Church Committee. QAnon supporters, according to Wikipedia, used the term Operation Mockingbird when referring to American media that spread what supporters called fake news. Well, I mean, that's what it was, right? Recruiting the news people as propaganda fronts. Oh, by the way, on that topic, so let's go to Edward Snowden's Twitter. So check this out. So Snowden, going back a few tweets. I gotta find it. Okay, here it is. So he tweets, maybe I should just ask the CIA what to think is extremely 2021. And he quote tweets himself, have you ever looked at who is behind these new for-profit fact-checking companies? NewsGuard is advised by one of the country's most famous liars, the man who secretly built the global mass surveillance system that once uncovered courts condemned as an outrageous crime. Retired General Michael Hayden. He was behind the NSA's wireless warrantless wiretapping program, and he's an advisor to NewsGuard, one of these for-profit fact-checking places. So when these companies say like independent fact checkers have shown that this is misinformation, these people are like top level CIA, NSA people that are telling the news what's real and what's fake. So that sounds like Operation Mockingbird is alive and well to me, but Mike 20SM, I'm not going to comment on where I keep my Bitcoin, but I do think in general that cold storage is a wise place for Bitcoin that's not meant to be traded. But I defer to Tone, and I know Tone's favorite is Cold Card, and I think his second favorite, but compromising slightly for increased user friendliness, is Ledger, if I remember right. But I would look at what some of the big Bitcoin people think are the best cold storage. Jerry Levin says in India, they tried to link pension payments to vaccine status. In a few states, they reversed their decision after pushback. Good. Well, we need that pushback. You know, I mean, when I released the real reason behind vaccine passports, and I talked about CDBCs, people say, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You need to look at where that can go and push back, or else it's going to happen. People think like we should put a certain amount of trust for the leaders not to take this in the most undesirable way, but in fact, they'll take it wherever you let them take it. So you got to not let them take it. Crises. Okay, I got your name finally. Cool. So Bitcoin now is still, the 15-minute chart is battling with this average. I guess whether it can hold that will be significant. And then 5-minute chart's not holding that average. So I think we got some more time to wait. I don't know if I'll hold out. All right, I gotta get some food and a glass of wine. I'm thinking of playing something for you guys that we can talk about. Let's see. Actually, I wonder if any other YouTube folks are. Someone sent me a Twitter message. Let me look. Says good night. Kalinichta. Alex says Operation Mockingbird in response to people parroting words like anti-vaxxer, disinformation. I mean, that sounds like a psyop to me. Brian Gall says, "What do you think? Disagree most with about Ray Pete's ideas on arachidonic acid, DHA?" I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna answer those questions, but I'm so hungry and I'm gonna get a glass of wine. Maybe I'll hold out like a half an hour. I'm gonna play since it's so on topic to this live stream. I'm gonna play Raoul Powell's video until I come back with in a few minutes with a little bit of food and a glass of wine. Maybe I'm just gonna play part of it. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Co-founder of Real Vision. Today I'm talking to you as the founder and CEO of Global Macro Investing, my institutional research business. I'm recording from my home here in Little Cayman on Sunday night. I decided to do this, what I think is one of the more important pieces I've ever put together, because I put out a series of tweets that went viral. And I could see that a lot of people were interested in my thought process about the future of digital currencies, and particularly the central bank digital coins, and where that was all going to go. And I think the moment is now, and it's one of the more important pieces, so bear with me. Before I start that, I just want to do a bit of housekeeping. This piece is part of Real Vision Crypto. Those of you on Real Vision watching this now, you know that this is our standalone crypto tier that all members enjoy for free. But I think this piece is very important. I want to release it to the public too, so I'm going to do that.
Sorry, I accidentally switched out of, okay, I'm going to share my screen. Go to the Bitcoin Life Raft. Share this. Start this here.
I decided to do this, what I think is one of the more important pieces I've ever put together, because I put out a series of tweets that went viral. And I could see that a lot of people were interested in my thought process about the future of digital currencies, and particularly the central bank digital coins, and where that was all going to go. And I think the moment is now, and it's one of the more important pieces, so bear with me. Before I start that, I just want to do a bit of housekeeping. This piece is part of Real Vision Crypto. Those of you on Real Vision watching this now, you know that this is our standalone crypto tier that all members enjoy for free. But I think this piece is very important. I want to release it to the public too, so I'm going to do that at the same time. It is also part of Real Vision Crypto, as I mentioned before, which has been stealth launched within Real Vision for our members to kind of beta test, and we're going to be rolling it out globally in mid-November. Now, something unique about Real Vision Crypto is it's going to be free. We've done that because we really believe in democratizing the financial intelligence, and the rise of digital assets is something so important, something I'm so passionate about, that we thought everybody needs to get it. And we've done it incredibly with a group of consortium partners, some of the biggest players in the industry who share our vision of democratizing this information. So it's going to be free, it's going to be brought to you by partners, and it's really exciting. So watch this space. You'll see more news on it in the coming weeks. And it's going to be a big launch, probably the biggest launch in crypto media in the world. And hopefully you'll all be part of it. It's there for everybody. Now, it's not just about Bitcoin. It's not just about DeFi. It's not just about Ethereum. It's about the entire digital asset space. And we welcome everybody to come and join the in-depth analysis that Real Vision is famous for and really get to grips with what's going on. Anyway, back to this piece. There is an extraordinary change going on in the world. And it's something that I've been flagging since about 2012. You see, I was living in Europe at the time. And if you remember, that was the European crisis. We just had the financial crisis, 2008, 2009. And the European crisis was yet another one. It was a banking crisis again. And it looked like the whole European Union was going to fall apart. It was a really scary time for us living in Europe, and particularly in Spain. And at that time, I'd obviously been writing about it and predicted large parts of it for Global Macro Investor. But it made me think about the future. Where is this all going to go to? At one point, I thought about setting up the world's safest bank. And a few of us from Global Macro Investor got together and researched into it. It became extremely hard to do. And we kind of gave up. And one of the core reasons I gave up on that is somebody came to me and said, Raoul, you need to look at Bitcoin properly. And I'd looked at it a bit. I'd seen the headlines. I didn't really know what to make of it. But on sitting down with them, and again, these were GMI subscribers who had been involved from the very, very early days of Bitcoin, had been miners and had set up a Bitcoin exchange. I realized that maybe this was the answer. This was the lifeboat we were all looking for as the financial system came to the end of its logical conclusion. Now, it sounds dramatic, but it's probably not an instant event. It's one of these events that happens over time, the Great Reset, as I've called it. The other thing that really influenced my thinking was Neil Howe and William Strauss's book, The Fourth Turning. That made me realize that demographics had a part to play, not only in the disinflationary cycle that I've talked about a lot, but also in the fact that this generational change, this fourth turning that's coming, was probably going to change the system that we operated in. And as things developed, these two...
Sorry for interrupting your video, but I have a very important message to share. At Real Vision, we pride ourselves on providing the very best in-depth expert analysis available to help you understand the complex world of finance, business, and the global economy. So if you like what you see on the Real Vision YouTube channel, that's just the tip of the iceberg. You should come to realvision.com and see how we're not leaving any stone unturned, from publishing more in-depth videos, live discussions, written reports, and our latest feature, The Exchange, where you get a chance to engage with experts, fellow subscribers, and learn from everyone's experience, which can't be wrapped in a video. It's an experience which you live and learn from. So if you go to the link in the description or go to realvision.com, it costs you just $1 to get a month's access to this incredible content. I don't think it's something you could afford to be without.
That this generational change, this fourth turning that's coming, was probably going to change the system that we operated in. And as things developed, these two hypotheses of mine became stronger and stronger. Obviously, we've all seen the rise of Bitcoin, and we've all seen the political shifts that are going on in the world today. It all looks like we're reaching this point. And I've said this is where macro, crypto, politics, everything comes into the same big bucket. It's all concentrated in our pure focus right now. So we know that Bitcoin plays a part in this. We know that gold plays a part in this. We know that there's too much debt. We know that there's problems with demographics. We know there's a disinflationary world where wages are deflating. So it makes prices look like they're inflated. It's a really complicated, messy, ugly place. And people feel disenfranchised. people realize something bad is happening and they don't know what it means for them. I'm going to try and help you with some of that. You see, the news is starting to come out that central banks are going to adopt digital currencies. If you remember, this started getting floated by, I think, Facebook Libra on the first. They came up with this idea of creating a global basket of currencies that were digital, and they would have this foundation Switzerland, and that global basket would be a new world currency, which could be used for the internet to interact on. The central banks looked at that and said, no, you're not doing this because this really is redefining the rules of currency. And what you're going to create, it was basically a stable coin, but what you're going to create is something that's out of our control. Now, they kind of don't mind Bitcoin yet, and we'll come on to that later. They've observed it, they've seen it, and they're learning from it. But Libra was too groundbreaking. Mark Carney then raised it last year. The BIS had written some things about digital currencies, and some other governments had looked at it too. But Mark Carney put the shot across the bow at Jackson Hole last year, where he said that what Libra was doing was probably the future. That this system where something like 79% of all transactions on Earth are in dollars, yet the US is only 25% of global GDP. How does that work? This leads to these dollar shortages, these problems where countries like South Africa are beholden to the US dollar, or Brazil or Argentina, when really their trading partners may be elsewhere, but the dollar rules all. It is so all-encompassing, so powerful as a reserve currency that it's breaking the very system we're in. We've got problems where a dollar abroad, the offshore dollar, the euro dollar, is non-fungible with a dollar in the US. So the Federal Reserve, if it tries to accommodate companies that have borrowed dollars in the international markets, have no way of doing it. They can have swap lines that go to the existing banks in these other countries, but there's no guarantee the banks will lend to the corporates who need it. You see, these problems are everywhere. We've also then hit COVID, and COVID was like that 2008 moment, or the European moment 2012, where everything stopped and all of the trends hyper-accelerated. The trend I'm more interested in was really the trend of...
All right, so Bitcoin's actually looking pretty good. So let me switch to, let's see, stop sharing, share screen, Chrome tab, BTC. So right now this average is very well holding this 15-minute. The 15-minute turned green. And let's see, the 5-minute. 5 minutes in a confirmed bullish trend, but it's still kind of playing around with this average. And so it really has to mount up and cross this resistance and let this average turn up for the 15-minute to really take off. 15 minutes printing a new candle now. So it's doing very well holding this average. And that's, so if this starts trading up here, that'll generate a green star. That'll make the 15-minute into a confirmed freshly bullish trend for the first time since here. So remains to be determined, but possibly will look good. So I can eat. I'm going to keep playing the rest of Raoul Pal's thing, but ask some questions on it, and I might interrupt my eating and come in and answer questions.
Of governments having to use central banks to backstop them to create enormous fiscal stimulus. So we've seen the largest fiscal stimulus by any measure the world has ever seen. And basically the central banks have printed money to allow it to happen. Now, most of us knew this was coming, but the scale of it has been shocking. and it's not finished yet. I think COVID is around for a lot longer than people realize, and the situation in Europe is only going to get worse, and I think the US will too, and it's going to require more and more stimulus. I'm not entirely sure how the Europeans are going to keep hold of their banking system in the middle of this, and I feared for a long time it may end up getting nationalized. But against that backdrop of this extreme situation where governments really can't be, because they just have constraints within their parliament systems, and yet central banks are telling them they need to do more, and we'll try and backstop you. This is an awkward situation that nobody knows how to deal with, but the central banks are pushing to say we need more. So then we start getting the ECB talking about a central bank digital currency, a digital euro or e-euro. Well, that's interesting. Why are they doing that? Next was the IMF, out this week, papers about digital currencies. Then we've seen it from the Department of Justice in the US. We've seen it from the agreement in the US for certain banks to custody Bitcoin and other digital assets, allowing them to come into the system. We've seen a whole bunch of these things, and the IMF tomorrow on Monday, so by the time you see this, will have had a speech about this, a whole panel, including Jay Powell. The Cleveland Fed has written about it, and many others. People are talking about it everywhere. The drumbeat is getting loud.
So when he says by Monday, he's talking about late October 2020. That's how old this is.
They're going towards central bank digital currencies. So what does that mean? Surely currency is digital now anyway. I mean, you could pay with your credit card, you could transfer money. Well, this is very different. Right now, to transfer money, you go through the banking system. Digital currencies are the central banks operating directly to you. So you have an account with a digital wallet with the central bank. So why do you need banks, do you ask? Well, I'll come on to that in a bit too. It's a complicated world and we don't quite know where it's going. But okay, so we've got the central bank digital currency. And if you see the nice fluffy way the IMF have dressed it up, it's, well, we've got a cross-border payments platform, so you don't have to use those awful wire transfer systems. Yes. But it also means that people don't need the SWIFT transfer system, which is what creates the backbone of the US dollar. Now, I'm not dollar bearish yet, and I think it will morph into that. I'm actually still extremely dollar bullish. We'll come on to the dollar a bit more in due course as well. But when we look at this, they're trying to create payment rails, so they say. And that's great. We need to be able to just instantly transfer from our mobile phone from one person to another. I can send money to my mum in Spain. She gets it instantaneously, like it works for Bitcoin. Beautiful. But that's not the only reason. As I said, SWIFT is another big reason. The reason why people like China want to get off the SWIFT payment system and the global monetary system based around the US dollar. But before that comes this idea of central banks and fiscal policy. We've run out of monetary policy. Rates are zero or negative in most countries. I believe rates will go negative in the US by the end of this COVID recession. I think it goes on longer than people expect. People are familiar with my unfolding thesis, where I think we go into a insolvency phase as growth doesn't materialize as people expect, even with some stimulus coming after the election. You see, central banks want to be able to give people money directly, direct monetization. They can't do that right now. Right now, they print money, it goes into the banking system, the banks hoard it because we're going through a credit crunch. So that's very typical action. They keep their reserves higher than normal and the money doesn't get into the system. So only the best creditors get access to the money, which doesn't help when you've got a solvency problem, when people who don't get all the credit, who can't issue bonds, let's say they're not a giant corporation, they can't issue bonds, they can't get credit, they go to the wall. So if you remember, the government started giving direct payments, this $1,200 and other such payments to corporates and loans. But it's clunky to go through government. We've seen some of the payments didn't happen. It was slow to get off the ground. There was no easy way to do it. So the central banks think, we've got no monetary policy left, so why don't we do the fiscal? So in times of crisis, and this is how it'll get solved, we can do it directly. We can circumvent everybody, put it straight on our balance sheets and give you money, you in need of it, directly money. That's a great thing.
So I would note that in the part that when I did the real reason for vaccine passports, the thing that the clip that I had of Representative Foster making the case for the CBDCs was exactly that if we had a list of all Americans who all had digital IDs that were connected to a CBDC, it would have been so much easier to get out the stimulus payments. And he framed it in an equity frame when he said, particularly to reach the underbanked. So people who don't have banking, some people don't have checking accounts and stuff like that. And so that's one of the pretenses for this is we could get stimulus checks out much faster, but also much more equitably.
So you're a restaurateur. You're out of business right now. You've got a solvency problem because you can't pay your rent. You've laid off your staff and you can't reopen. So you're stuck. Do you just lose your business you've had for over the last decade or two? Or do you somehow sit it out? The bank won't give you money. The government gave you some sort of loan, but what else is coming? How do you survive this? Well, the central bank could give you money directly. That kind of stimulus is what they want to do. It's also a way for them to kickstart universal basic income because the central bank can underpin the poorer parts of society.
So I want to add that I think universal basic income, and I think he would agree based on how he casts this further in, but I think it will be conditional basic income, CBI, not UBI.
Society by giving them money directly. It doesn't go on the government balance sheet. Now, central banks now believe they're omnipotent, that they can continue to expand balance sheets forever. MMT seems to be the prevalent thought, and this is just an extension of this. This is kind of Keynesianism gone mad. But it could work for a period of time. You see, this could be a really, really good way to solve many of the world's problems. It solves the SWIFT problem. It solves the Eurodollar funding markets problems. It solves the problems of getting money to people who need it. Central banks can also change entirely the structure of how money and monetary policy works and fiscal policy, because they can give it to different people in different ways. So they can credit the restaurateur, but then penalize with negative interest rates the baby boomer saver because they want to release their money back into the economy. They can give students a positive interest rates to help them save. They can change everything. This is the rise of behavioral economics and incentive systems. So governments essentially using big...
So notice this is exactly what Snowden is talking about with the behavioral economics of the bank security guard whose account is shut off because he's diabetic and tries to buy sugar for his granddaughter.
Data can find who they need to stimulate at any time and adjust accordingly. They can do it dynamically. This is a structural, massive shift to everything we understand about economics, particularly macroeconomics. Nobody's prepared for this. None of us know what this means. It means, and it will be sold on, a load of good things. And I think there's a lot of good things that come from this. I think it is an elegant solution to some of our problems. But elegant solutions in governments and central banks lead to unintended consequences. The issue is here is to have this new system, you're going to give up your freedom. You are going to have every transaction you've ever done and ever will do recorded. There is no cash. There is no way of tipping the gardener unless it goes by cash. It means that they can tax you at every transaction level. Now that's great. We could get rid of the IRS and all of the tax collection agencies because it could be done directly. That's good. But again, you've lost your freedom to transact in anonymity that cash gives you. Most of us really don't have that freedom. I mean, let's face it, behavioral economics, we've seen the rise of Facebook and Google, and they manipulate us all day and all night for their own economic ends or for the ends of their advertisers. And governments, well, they do the same. They've used and adopted behavioral economics and will do more and more so. And we don't really have a lot of anonymity from them. So there is a big pro and a big con to this. but it's coming and it's going to change everything. Now, the problem is if you are trapped in a system now where there is no way out, then how do you avoid some of the other bad outcomes? You see, what the IMF are talking about is a Bretton Woods agreement, an agreement amongst nations. Again, it's something I've talked about for a long time, whether it ends up being a debt jubilee or a different event. It looks like it's morphing into something like a currency agreement. It won't come quickly. But the currency agreement is like, let's say, a trade-weighted global basket. So that means, or maybe there's an a commodity producers basket as well. So people can have different baskets of currencies. That moves away from the need for the SWIFT payment system. It moves away from the US dollar issues. It just changes how currencies are transacted. And the IMF have made it very clear. It means that it can agree en masse for countries to stimulate, or central banks at the same time. So then everybody can print money at the same time. So we don't get these big currency dislocations. Sounds kind of cute, right? But what it does is debase the entire fiat currency system, and we've seen that. I've been tracking the price of gold against 27 world currencies, and gold does its job extremely well. As more and more money gets printed, the more gold goes up relative to those currencies, and Bitcoin even more so. So we've got this enormous debasement coming. They've made it clear. It's one way out of the debt. Debase your currency, inflate your way out. Whether you create structural inflation or monetary debasement, they're different things, and I'm not going to debate all of the nuances of the inflations. I don't think it's the cost of goods inflation you're going to see. I think technology, demographics, and debt destroys a lot of that. But I do think it's going to create some big structural issues. So there's no avoidance of this for us outside of thinking about something like Bitcoin. Bitcoin and gold offer us a life raft, a way out of this particular conundrum, where every transaction is monitored, where we can be taxed immediately, and we have no freedoms. And again, it can be a very good system, so I'm not actually against it per se, because it's going to come in some way, shape, or form, the end of our current regime. So let's talk about the end of the regime before we go on to the future of Bitcoin and other digital currencies. So the most likely outcome...
So before we do that, let's look at the price of Bitcoin, because some stuff looks like it might be happening. All right, so the 15-minute chart is freshly bullish and is spiking big time off this average. And remember, I had suggested that what might happen is we run into this average, and this average swoops up and carries it up. And so it swooped into the average. It fought with it a little bit. It struggled to decide whether to fall beneath it or stay above it, but it stayed above it. And now it's confirmed freshly bullish. And as it gets into a freshly bullish posture, it's now, going up higher than it was in any of these previous candles. So things are starting to look good on the 15-minute chart. On the 30-minute chart, we have just closed the first candle with the green star, so freshly bullish on the 30-minute chart. The only thing that's really holding us back, it looks like, is the 5-minute chart is now on a 9. So some potential exhaustion on the 5-minute chart, just as it's getting ready to do battle with this resistance line. And so maybe what might happen over the next 10 minutes is, if we're lucky, in the next 3 minutes before this candle closes, we bust through it, then maybe we pause and find some support in this area and carry on. But it looks like we are at long last starting to see some movement to regather the steam in these short-term charts. And look, we're almost, we're not quite there yet, but we're almost at today's high. And I think once we cross today's high, it's the all-time high will be imminent. So right now, eyes are on the 5-minute chart, because the 5-minute chart is what's hitting potential exhaustion and what at the same time that it's facing this resistance line. Although I'm very curious what's going on in the 3-minute and 1-minute chart. 3-minute is in the middle of a bullish trend, so that's not going to hold us back. 1-minute chart. 1-minute chart is freshly bullish. That's very bullish for the 5-minute chart, aiming to break this resistance line. So let's see if it does battle there. And then let's put Pal back on while we watch.
We are still in this.
Oh, I'm not sharing my screen.
Tends to push the dollar higher. I think the dollar goes significantly higher.
I've said this for a period of time. I think the euro goes a lot lower, and many other currencies do, particularly in this debt phase of the cycle. But at the end of it, that's only going to make it more and more important for these countries to get together, whether it's the IMF, the BIS, or all of them, plus maybe the G10, to decide on how to do something about it. A kind of Plaza Accord and Bretton Woods all rolled into one. And that is when the dollar starts losing its attraction, and massively so. And I think that's to come. But a stronger dollar is actually something to fear more right now, because it creates disinflationary problems and it creates a relative increase in the price of debt. Debt plus deflation is a ticket to bankruptcy. So I'm very worried about that, because it can cause an emerging market crisis, it can cause corporate debt defaults, and it can cause a number of other issues. So let's keep our eye on that situation. But I think the dollar is the thing that will get sacrificed in the end, but not before it goes up a lot. The central bank digital currencies, I think, will come over the next 2 years. I think we're already seeing it in China, we're already seeing it in Sweden, Singapore's ready to launch, a number are, and they'll go slowly. So you'll be able to open a wallet with a central bank, you'll be able to make some transactions, and then you'll be slowly forced into the system, and then the whole system will be upon us. So I think by 3 years, there'll be mass adoption. By 5 years, there'll be no cash. So that's essentially how it'll work. And then you can make the real structural changes. First, you have to get everybody into the system, then you make the big changes. So this is kind of a 5-year view. And so when you're looking for the life raft, okay, how do I avoid this, the debasement of currencies? Forget the freedom stuff, because I just don't
think that exists in our world. But
folks, we are moving. We are moving. Let me get this on here. The 5-minute chart has crossed the resistance line. This is a big deal. But it hit a 9, which means it may or may not have a short-term pullback. But we've been consolidating for a while, so it might just ignore this sell signal of exhaustion. Or it might heed that sell signal of exhaustion, pull back a little bit, maybe find support at the former resistance line. All eyes on the 5-minute chart right now. Looks like it's going to pause a little bit. Let's put Pal back on for a little bit.
I'm more worried about the debasement of my savings. We all work hard for our money, and we don't want to get screwed by the system. Everybody has a feeling we're getting screwed somewhere, whether it's negative interest rates or
zero interest rates on our savings, or being forced into those expensive equities of all time because there's nothing else to buy and our pension funds are doing it right when people are trying to retire. All the craziness of the world right now, it just feels wrong. And it feels like there is going to be political change and there's going to be massive structural change. So Bitcoin is my answer to that. I own gold and I own a lot more Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin works on a number of levels, and I'm not going to go into it now because there's plenty of pieces from me on why I think Bitcoin is a reserve asset and probably the world's most pristine reserve asset. It's the only hard asset that has a fixed supply that eventually runs out, and demand is increasing. And as the world is turning towards Bitcoin and its price goes up, its market cap is only 200 billion. It's noise right now. It's like a mid-cap S&P stock. But I think it's going to overtake gold in size. Gold is about 10 or 11 trillion. I think Bitcoin goes much bigger than that over time too. But that's where it's headed. This modern digital world, it is the payment system that we all want. But it's also, more importantly, it's the store of value we need. So the central banks are going to compete at payments level. So that's probably the end of stable coins. And I think the central banks will force those out of the system. But Bitcoin, as a pristine reserve asset, is something different. It's like collateral for a new system, and I think other governments will begin to adopt it. First, it won't be the big governments, but some nation will be sick and tired of currency crisis and will just adopt Bitcoin as its currency. They'll probably first start putting it into their central bank reserves because it's a harder currency. And a game theory plays out. Many people suggest to me, well, the governments are going to ban Bitcoin. The IMF, BIS, they're all going to get together and get rid of this. Well, at 200 billion, they don't care. Tap me on the shoulder, it's at $10 trillion, we'll talk again. So there's plenty of upside to play for before it starts to become something we need to worry about. They probably will give it a go. They've tried to ban gold. Last thing I've checked, it's been working for about 6 millennia as a currency, so it didn't really work, did it? And in this world of a distributed ledger, which is owned by everybody and owned by nobody, there's almost no chance, unless you shut down the internet entirely, to get rid of Bitcoin. It's impossible. It's a cockroach in finance, something you can never kill. And you see, that is its power, and that's what makes it so incredible. That's what makes it such a great reserve asset, and this very hardness of it. So I think they may try, but in a globalized world of regulatory arbitrage, somebody else will adopt it, and somebody will allow you to use it. I know countries like the Cayman Islands, where I live. I mean, I came to the Cayman Islands, I kind of knew where the world was going many years ago, and I made a distinct move to a jurisdiction like Cayman, which I thought would offer me some freedoms over others. It also, I don't pay tax here. Well, you do. You pay tax on import duty, but not on other forms of tax. And as a Brit, I'm able to do that and become a resident here, permanent resident here, and eventually a citizen. And that's a good thing. Cayman's a different way of doing it. It's not the cheapest place to live, so it's not an answer for everybody, but it's a way out of the system, and I doubt that they're going to not allow the use of Bitcoin. They just don't have the infrastructure for it. Sure, the IMF may try and stop them, the regulators may try and stop them, but somebody will allow it, and capital finds a way. It always does. So I'm not concerned by that, and I think that's a story when Bitcoin is worth $1 million. But there's a long way between here and there. Now, some people say, well, if the central banks have got this digital currency, why do we need Bitcoin? Two different things again. Remember, payment system, and Bitcoin does that extremely well. A bit slower than it could do, but the lightning layer and all of the development can mean that. But nothing is a reserve asset like Bitcoin. Literally nothing, not even gold. It is truly extraordinary, and it's so innovative, we have no idea where it's going. And when we talk about Bitcoin, we can also look at the other parts of the digital asset ecosystem. That is not going away. The genie is out of the bottle. Ethereum is not going away. Digital assets, tokenization, it's all coming. And it's all going to slot in to these new digital currencies brought by the central banks. So payment systems and rails and everything are going to change massively. Everything we understand, it's going to be as big a revolution of money that the internet was for everything from email to video to shopping to everything, to commerce. It just changed the world we live in. That's the size of what this is. And this central bank digital currency is part of that narrative. And it is positive, I think, if you own Bitcoin. It is positive, I think, if you own gold. I think gold has that place for those concerned about the future of Bitcoin, but I will take that risk in Bitcoin. I will say, I think it goes a lot higher before I have to worry about that. And I do think Bitcoin is the cockroach that can't be killed. I think it is something too powerful for even governments to overcome. And I think it is our life raft and our way out. So I just wanted to bring everybody's attention to what's really going on. How big this situation of central bank digital currencies is. It really is a game changer. And be careful of what's going to happen to your money within this. I don't think they're going to sell it that they're going to use it to use negative interest rates, but they can go negative 10%. They're not that now governments can say, well, we're not going into debt. So they meet their political objectives, but the central banks, who are not voted on by anybody, can do whatever they want. So all it means is they can do more of the same. And it'll get dressed up with all of the benefit statements that come with this new idea. Now, obviously, we could do all of this without a central bank digital currency and without the money printing. That would be Bitcoin. Maybe that's where it's all going in the end. How far down the track that is a lot further than macro forecasting dares to go. It becomes philosophical by nature. But in macro forecasting terms, it's clear where this is going. It's clear that, as Anthony Pompliano Pomp says, short the banks, long Bitcoin. The banks in Europe, sounds like we're not going to need them soon. We don't need a banking system. Richard Werner has talked about this too. The central banks are going to eat the banking system. And this is all part of how technology is eating the world. And I've talked about how before that cryptocurrencies are eating finance. Decentralized finance and fintech get rid of banks. They've all been picking at the carcass of the banking system. Banks will have to adapt or die. So this is a really, really interesting time. Now, banks go to be nationalized and then basically becoming part of the central bank. I think somewhere towards that. I've got no crystal ball, but that's the direction we're headed in. And it feels a bit like communism, where everything is decided at a central level. And that was the kind of the Asian model as well. We saw that in China, and we've seen it in Japan as well, in the earlier days, where everything was decided at government level. Who would get what money and why. And again, that has benefits, but it also has huge downsides. And that all of the downsides make gold and Bitcoin incredibly attractive. So keep peeled in this space, watch Real Vision Crypto, and watch this entire world unfold. It really is going to be life-changing for many of us, and I think it is the chance for the little guy to make his fortune. As I've said, we're at a $200 billion market cap in Bitcoin right now. And as more people come into the space, the more the price goes up, the more the market cap goes up, the more it attracts people. It's going to create a Soros-style reflexive loop of which we've never seen before. That's my view here. Because I know what's coming. They've just allowed custody of Bitcoin. That means it's code word for prime broking for hedge funds. So that's coming. So Paul Tudor Jones was right. Michael Saylor and Square putting it into their treasury. That means more treasurers are coming over time. Slowly but surely, these were the first steps. I don't think there's going to be a giant rush, but I'd be bloody surprised in 5 years' time if Apple, Microsoft, and others don't have cash in Bitcoin. Then we've got the coming ETF. It is coming, it will come. We know because we can see the regulators slowly but surely approving everything. And when it comes, when they've cleaned up the kind of bad actors, given all the...
So I would note that the ETF is the news that is possibly coming tomorrow or sometime this week. So this is him talking about it back in October of 2020.
Finds out, got everybody regulated, it's coming. That will bring in the RIA space, the registered investment advisors and the financial advisors, And those guys are going to start piling in for their clients, seeing the portfolio value of this. I think that's incredibly positive. Then we've already seen the family offices in the space. People like Fidelity with their custody. Now the rise of these banks like Avanti and Kraken's new bank. This makes it easier for people to custody to get access to this system. It's a really positive step. The family offices are coming. They're usually early adopters because they want to protect wealth and they want to make money. The endowments, they have a long time horizon. They can take the risk. They're in this space already, and they're coming more and more. And then the pension system. It offers many answers for the pension system. It also offers huge answers to the millennial population, the people who can't really save in their 401k and keep buying Tesla at all-time record high valuations and all the nonsense that's going on. Crypto, when it starts moving, is going to suck them all in. And rightly so. It has the best lopsided risk reward of any asset class I've ever seen. So I think there's huge opportunities. And then we'll see people like, Arca have got their incredible digital asset fund where long short tokens. This is a new world. There's huge amounts of alpha to come out of these new markets. It's going to be complicated markets, more complicated even than the derivative markets we know now. Because when you've got markets with multiple smart contracts, trying to see value of one versus the other, that's a really complicated, exciting world where value investors, technology, high-frequency trading, everything can come together and try and figure this world out. But it will generate alpha. So it is an exciting world. It's an exciting world for many of us. But you need to take a step first before it's too late. Take a step, learn about Bitcoin, buy some gold, and then watch what goes on and see what unfolds. And watch Real Vision Crypto and understand what it means for you and all of the opportunities it's going to give you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, so some stuff to get caught up on the price of Bitcoin. Let me share my screen here. Let's do this one. So the 5-minute chart did not hold this former resistance line as support, which I think is a good thing, because as long as we don't bounce too much higher in the next 22 seconds, we are resetting the count. We went from so basically, in order to reset the count, this candle has to be lower than 4 candles before it. I think that's the math. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So as long as we stay below this bottom here for the next 1 second, we're printing a red 1. So the red is like a down count signal, whereas the green is an up count signal. And this sell signal on the 9 is a potential to reverse the momentum because the trend is exhausted. So if the trend is exhausted going up, you don't want to continue the next 1, 2, 3 up count in green. You want to reset with a red number so that you are now, if you get an uptrend, you are an independent uptrend. So we just did that. That's very good, because this 5-minute broke the resistance, but then got exhausted, and now it has reset. That's good. On the 15-minute, we came down to just barely retest this average. You can see we're a sliver away from it. That's very good, because it looks like that average that I said we were going to bounce off of, it looks like we bounced off of, lost a little bit of momentum on the shorter term 5-minute chart, came down almost to get some support from that area. Then on the 3-minute chart, we have the 20-period average for the 3-minute chart. So that's the 1 hour moving average. And it looks like we bounced off this twice very nicely. So even though we're in a confirmed down count in the 3-minute average, it looks like we're in the 3-minute time frame, it looks like we're finding support at this line. Maybe it's breaking it right now. Can't tell. Maybe it's finding support again. And then on the 1-minute chart, we completed a down count into a 9, which gave us a buy signal. And since then, we've been kind of hovering. So we haven't really we started to mount what seemed like a potential uptrend and a potential downtrend, and we're not really going anywhere on the 1 minute chart right now. And so it looks like the 3 minute is bouncing off the 1 hour average again. And as long as that continues to find support there, that has us in a good position to let this resetting of the 5 minute chart count. So the 5 minute could conceivably drift into this average, or maybe it would come down to the support line, but it's sufficiently the count is sufficiently reset that I think we're fine on the 5 minute chart if the lower time frames mount. So for example, if the 3 minute continues to find support here, and if the 1 minute can just get any kind of momentum going in some direction. I guess it's in a down. It's not really going anywhere right now. As soon as we get some momentum up, the 5 minute resistance we already broke through. The 15 minute chart, we're continuing to find support here. We don't really have any overhead resistance. The 30 minute chart, the numbers aren't loading, but I think the 30 minute chart was starting to turn bullish, but the 5 minute kind of tanked it down, so it's waiting to gather its momentum. I don't think any of these charts have any overhead resistance any longer. Yeah, it was only the 5 minute chart that gained some resistance, and that's broken now. So I think I'm just going to finish my glass of wine, see if you guys have any questions, and probably not stay up for this if it drags on through the middle of the night. But all right, looks like some questions came in. Highlander says, haha, you still up, Chris? Well, I did this to myself. So I spent so long just talking to you guys that I got real hungry. And so that now that I'm eating and having a glass of wine, I've pushed my bedtime out further than I should have. But at this point, I'm going to cut my losses on the lost bedtime and just make a relax my way into bed. So so I'm not going to stay up much later. But Highlander says ETH is going to dominate with roll-ups. I don't know what you're talking about, so if you could clarify. Best time to buy ETH is in Q4 before the Q1 pump, based on the math. All right. I don't know the math you're talking about, but Highlander says ETH already did a 40x return from market cycle bottom to recent all-time high. It's likely to do at least another 20 to 30 move from its recent bottom, 1700, based on the mathematics. Well, okay, I think the price chart looks like trash, but I know there's a lot of people studying stuff that I'm not studying, such as whatever you're talking about. But Raoul Pal and Willy Woo, both from different angles, think that ETH is set to outperform Bitcoin. So that's why I'm not making a trade on it. I'd sell my Bitcoin to buy ETH, or sell my ETH to buy Bitcoin if I had a conviction on that and the technicals made it look like that, and people that I was listening to and respected all agreed. But it just looks like a conflicting mess, so I'm not gonna change anything. Christopher Butler says, Chris, what website is that chart on? I want out of Robinhood and Coinbase. So I don't trade on TradingView. I just look at charts on TradingView. I have some Coinbase and Robinhood that I'll buy or sell on, but I'm not going to use their charts to trade anything. I mean, they have a chart, but I don't use that to analyze anything. It's not really designed to be good for analysis. It's just kind of there to look pretty as a way to give you a sense of whether it's up or down, I feel like. And I think you can somehow trade through TradingView, but I don't do it. I don't know if other people do it. Like I do think they have some tab somewhere where you can like make a trade, but I don't even know how that works. So I have investments in Robinhood and I have investments in Coinbase. But that website is TradingView, and that's where I do technical analysis. Highlander's got some predictions in the YouTube chat here. Melatonin. I am taking melatonin now, and the main reason I'm taking melatonin now is that I lost a lot of weight on purpose, and in order to do it, so I gained a lot of COVID weight, and then I lost it all. I'm now, right now, my physique is probably better than it's been since early 2019, but not what it was, when I took my fitness pictures in 2018, beginning of the summer, end of spring, beginning of the summer 2018. That's when my physique was at its peak, and that's because I got it there deliberately to take those pictures. So I'll probably never have that level of peak physique again. Because I went over and above what I would ever otherwise do, just as an experiment to see what kind of fitness pictures I could get. But otherwise, I was actually like obese for one day during 2020. I was never obese for a weekly average, but I literally hit the obese BMI on one day in 2020. And so now I'm normal weight, reasonably muscular, pretty lean. And part of getting there meant eating a very hypocaloric diet such that it was really interfering with my sleep. But 10 milligrams of melatonin was very good at getting rid of that effect. So 10 milligrams of melatonin let me sleep while I was eating a very low calorie diet. And now I'm eating a diet for weight stability. And so I'm just dropping the dose of melatonin because I don't want to go off it cold turkey. So I've got the dose down to 5 milligrams, and I'll probably take it down to 2.5 milligrams next, and then I'll take it down to 1 milligram, and then I'll get rid of it. Jenny Bunt says, I so love it. I so love it that I've followed you for years because of our love of nutrition, and now it continues with Bitcoin. I'm glad that I can keep this relationship going. So the 3-minute chart is freshly bullish, and 5-minute chart might be getting freshly bullish soon. I'll go back to the price if it looks like it's gonna seriously move. Brian Giles, what do you disagree most with Ray Pete's ideas on arachidonic acid DHA? I mean, that's kind of too broad of a question, and I would appreciate it if you ask a more specific one. So I'll answer you on the EFAs, but because you asked about them. But generally, I don't do good with real broad questions. I do much better with specific questions. So, and because Ray Pete's got a lot of ideas, and so do I. So I don't know what to pick. But on the essential fatty acids, so I did a major deep dive into the essential fatty acids when I was in grad school because of Ray Pete. And I came out disagreeing. Oh, we're moving. We're mounting up on the 5-minute chart. We're not yet in. we haven't overtaken the resistance line that we crossed before, but yeah, but it looks like we're probably about to. If we get freshly bullish on a 5-minute chart, I'll go back to the price. So, so Ray Pete thinks, I guess Ray Pete generally talks about the essential fatty acids as if they're not essential. And he thinks that essentiality was an artifact of not having enough B6 in the diet and some other stuff like that. But he has said in some places, he has made the statement that if they are essential, they're essential at some, sub point, like maybe 0.1% of the diet or something like that. And so I disagree with him that that's an if, and I think they're very clearly essential but it's at very small amounts that are much closer to what Ray Pete says they might be essential at if they were essential than what other people are saying. But I think they're very clearly essential, and I think they're not toxic. And I mean, the lipid peroxidation products can be toxic, but the fatty acids aren't toxic. And I think the B6 stuff is, I think Ray Pete's misinterpreting some of those studies. So the B6 cures essential fatty acid deficiency because it's needed to convert linoleic acid to arachidonic acid. But I agree with Ray Pete that too many PUFAs are bad, and that the amount of PUFAs that we need is way smaller than what people say. But where I think it makes an important difference is if you're talking about something like DHA or arachidonic acid, there's a lot of people that despite eating a lot of vegetable oil, aren't getting enough of either of those fatty acids. And so when you treat them as if they're not essential, then it seems like that doesn't matter, but it does matter because DHA and arachidonic acid are important. So that's where we disagree. Memory says, I just sold 10,000 Bitcoin at 62K. So as always, when I sell, it will go up and make all-time high. Out of curiosity, Memory, why did you sell? Just because you thought you made enough of a profit, or because some other reason? You think it's actually topping out, or did you need the money? I'm curious. Highlander says, I am a quant. I use calculus and math and data science like hedge funds do. I don't rely on gurus who read chart patterns for analysis, LOL. I don't know what your point is. I think there's all kinds of technical analysis that all have their strengths and limitations. But and a lot of technical analysis works regardless of whether it is just because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy or not. But Bitcoin very, very, very much obeys the MRI on most time frames, and right down to the 1-minute chart. I've done a lot of watching the price on Bitcoin with tone-based MRI indicator, and it works remarkably well if you if you don't use it to make assumptions about where it's going. If you use it to probabilistically predict when the price is likely to reverse or peter out, then I think it's very good. And I believe there's research on the TD indicator, which is very similar, showing that it has value. Highlander says, relying on chart patterns is a sure way to lose money, LOL. I don't see how. I mean, if you make assumptions about chart patterns, then of course you're going to lose money. I mean, it's easy to lose money trading, but I don't really use chart patterns that much, but sometimes they become very relevant. Like sometimes Bitcoin gets stuck in a triangle or something like that. But I think the MRI indicator and the support and resistance lines and moving averages are making a lot of sense of the Bitcoin price right now. Speaking of which, so on the 5-minute, we hit a 9 as we crossed through this resistance, so we would expect a 1 to 4 candle correction. So we had one, I mean, you could start the correction, I guess, here or here. I guess it started here. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the fourth one, we reversed. Took a little while to mount up a bullish posture, but now we have a freshly bullish posture. We are crossing the former resistance line. And so if we can keep maintaining that for the next 2 minutes, that might get our 5-minute chart moving. 15-minute had this perfect bounce off the average. The average is now flattened out. It's kind of being held back by the shorter term charts. 3-minute chart had really nice bounce off this 1 hour average. One-minute chart's got some resistance here to break. Might be challenge. It's currently challenging that each minute. So starting to get around there. Christopher Butler says, thank you. You're welcome. Highlander says, I sleep like a baby when I have Greek yogurt and lots of carbs from fruit or honey before bed. Always works for me. So Chris was master obese. Wow, LOL. Brian Giles says, what was my diet when I lost weight? The first, well, I did it in a couple rounds. So, I mean, most of it was a high protein, low carb, low fat diet. In first 15 pounds came off really simply by going, eating adequate protein, but basically eating like mostly lean protein with some vegetables, and then only giving myself carbs beyond what the low, I was eating like, low carb vegetables with the protein. So my carb intake was real low, but I would allow myself a third of a plate of rice. So basically for the first 15 pounds, basically I was eating like lean chicken breast at each meal until the evening meal, when I would have lean chicken breast with a bunch of low carb veggies that filled up the plate. But on workout days at dinner, I would replace a third of the plate with rice instead of the low carb veggies. So I was basically rewarding my workouts with carbs. I lost 15 pounds over the course of, I want to say 2 months. So it was roughly 2 pounds a week. And then I got kind of exhausted of that. And then I spent a few months weight stable. And I was trying to find something simple I could do. And I to modulate my hormones or something that would help me lose weight. And then I gave up on that idea. And so I just cut my calories down to like 1,000 calories a day. And I was losing 0.6 pounds per day. And I was eating pretty much the way that I was before, only I didn't have the carb reward. And it was much more focused on caloric restriction, but it was still a high protein, low carb, low fat diet. And then a couple of weeks of losing 0.6 pounds per day, I got COVID. And I'm pretty sure because that diet was terrible for my immune system. And I got a breathing problem from the diet, from my carbon dioxide levels being too low. And so I ate weight stable for 2 weeks till I fixed the breathing problem. I switched to the last 10 pounds I lost on a very high carb diet. So I took the protein down and I ate mostly like potatoes with some orange juice and fruit for my non-protein calories. And that was so I could maintain the caloric deficit, but keep my carbon dioxide levels high enough to not have the breathing problem. So I sort of moved in a more Ray Peat direction. And that's how I got the last 10 pounds off. And now I'm just eating for weight stability. Highlander says Ray Peat is pushing 90. His heavy milk diet must be working for him. LOL. Christopher Butler says I learned exogenous melatonin can interrupt the cortisol rhythm as it doesn't drop through the night steeply enough to trigger ACTH release naturally, creating low cortisol. Well, my cortisol is high in the morning, so I don't think I have to worry about that right now. But anyway, it was just a temporary fix. I'm not going to be long-term on the melatonin. Highlander says chart patterns are random. They work until they don't. I don't know what your point is. Of course that's true. But they still sometimes work. It's like reading clouds in the sky and seeing shapes. Not really. I mean, even if they only work because other people are following them, other people are still following them. And so I'm not like defending the equal value of all chart patterns, but sometimes a chart forms a pattern. Most price movement is random also. It's just some of it falls into certain predictable patterns. But anyone, no matter what method anyone is using, if they're just going to sit there expecting to predict the minute-to-minute variation of the price all day long, they're going to lose money because most price movement is random. Yeah, you can send me what you do. Memory, yeah, I don't really trade either. I'm not watching this because I'm trading it. I'm just excited by Bitcoin being ready to hit an all-time high. Starting to think it's not going to do it before I go to bed, though. Highlander says bear markets make you rich, bull markets make you money. I believe that's Benjamin Cowan saying, right? Highlander likes purple sweet potatoes as a diet carb food. Oysters for zinc is a good idea. I look like a Beatles band member with the glasses. Well, it's too late to be awake. Never mind to be looking at blue light. Yeah, I think potatoes are nice and satiating. Google Spies, I'm not eating mostly protein now. I'm eating a pretty balanced diet. Because I'm working so much, I kind of have my diet built around efficiency. So I've been using Pete's Paleo meals, which are mostly like meat biased towards fattier cuts with some vegetables. But then I'll add stuff to that, like potatoes or whole wheat sourdough toast, some snack bars, stuff like that. Yeah, memory says 10 milligrams is overkill and 3 milligrams makes them groggy. I don't find that effect, so. So doesn't look like we're really getting much momentum here. We tried to make a boost on the 30-minute chart. Now we're just kind of hovering. I mean, we did get our boost. We kept a bit of it. But we're not making enough momentum to really push the price higher for the day just yet. One-minute chart couldn't break its resistance line, and so it knocked at the door of the resistance a few times, went down for a full 9 count, generated a new resistance line here. It's maybe going to stay stuck in this channel or something there. Three minutes trying to break through this average. It looks like it's going into a down count. 5 minutes been supported by this average fairly well so far, challenging it now. Still feel like we're going to hit the all-time high overnight. I just think I'm going to be sleeping when it happens. Highlander, I've looked at Geert Vanden Bosch's blog, but I don't follow it, and so it's something I'll check in with occasionally, but I haven't followed him closely. Brian, no, I don't drink milk. I mean, I don't digest lactose very well, but I eat cheese. In fact, I ate some cheese for lunch today. So just for perspective, because I've been paying so much attention to these short-term charts, we've been zoomed in very much when looking at these short-term charts. So for perspective, we broke the 1-hour chart resistance hours ago and stayed above it. And our day is mostly green, heading towards the top of this. And just so we can easily see the all-time high on the monthly chart, we're still right at the edge of the all-time high, not very far from it. So we're at 62.81.91, and our all-time high is 64.895.22. So about $2,400 away from it, which is so easy to take in a breath. But that's good perspective because zoomed in on the 15-minute, so to see what I was showing you on the 15-minute chart, we got to zoom in like this. But anyway, all right, I'm going to finish my glass of wine and I'm going to bed no matter what. I'm going to let Bitcoin hit an all-time high while I'm sleeping, most likely. Highlander says Geert just made an interesting post on Israeli data. Where's his blog? I search him and it comes up. Some LinkedIn, IE Explorer. Why is his blog so hard to find? Can't even find his blog by Googling him. Maybe it's linked on his Twitter. He links to his Facebook. Oh, that's not him. I can't even find his blog by Googling. That's so weird. I guess I got to go to Google. Must be shadow banning him or something. What happens if Israel fails the stress test? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, but I don't watch many videos because I don't really have time. All right, I gotta go, guys. It was fun. Didn't hit an all-time high while we were watching, but I don't know if we'll hit an all-time high overnight, but I think we got real good chances that we wake up to an all-time high. That's my guess. Just seems like a matter of time to just gather a little steam. But anything can happen. Could crash to zero overnight too. But my guess is with the all-time high. All right. Good night, everybody. It was cool hanging out with you guys. Sure, Highlander. Send me some stuff. Take care, guys. Have a good night. You too.